Good morning, everyone. This is just a quick announcement. Want to make sure you guys can hear me, see my screen in both rooms because I have to take off for about I don't know 15 to 20 minutes. I should be back by about 6 or 9:15. So just give me a heads up, okay? Thank you, Ozzy. Okay, maybe somebody in YouTube, maybe later. So I'll come back in about 15 to 20 minutes. Okay. All right, everybody, I'm back. So, welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, April the 27th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading rooms. I know you guys could hear me in the main room, and here's see my screen. So, I'm just waiting for our verification in our YouTube room, and then I can move on. Thank you, Pepe. Really appreciate that. Okay, guys. So, what's happening? So, let's take a look at USEG. This is there's a little oil play or energy play. U.S. Energy surges after signing a 5-year helium supply deal for the Montana plant, for a Montana plant. So that's a big move, 55%. Probably a pretty low float. Let me just get this down. Just give me a moment to rearrange this. Here we go. All right. So yeah, USEG actually it's not low, 32 million in the float. But look at the volume already, 99 million shares. 99 million shares have traded already. Almost over triple the float. Yes. Why double AS? Why double AS? This is up because the company agreed to acquire. Okay, so they're doing they're acquiring 18%. I don't know if that's a Yatop. I don't know if that's a sister company, what the deal is on this one, but at any rate, that's the reason this is up. And this is a very low float, 3.7 million in a float, China company, 35 million are traded already. AAS. Just gonna thumbnail a couple of these. Orca, ORKA, are you up? Trading higher after the company announced interim results. So it's a phase 2A trial. So obviously, the market is reacting positive to the phase 2A trial release, the data release. Oh, 92 million. Sorry, $92 stock. That was a $9.20 stock. So $92 stock. That's a big move. Seems pretty overdone for phase 2A, but oh, okay. Just give me a moment, guys. Give me one moment, guys. We'll be back. All right, guys. Okay, so Orca trading higher after the company. Again, this to me looks really overblown. A lot of shares. Well, half a million shares at Interactive Brokers. I mean, this stock got up in the pre-market up to $120, pulled right back down to 92. We are sitting at the VWAP right now for Orca, ORKA, sitting right at the VWAP. Will it hold it? Will it hold the VWAP? Maine, M-A-N-E, M-A-N-E, one pretty expensive one, up $84. Veradermics, okay, and a positive data from hair loss treatment study. I wonder what phase that's in. Cannot see the. It's pretty good IPO, guys. It's a good IPO. Not today, but they IPO'd in February at $17 a share. So you're sitting at good IPOs of the year, $84 now, five times, five times the IPO price. Okay, so that is Maine, and that's a good name. It's a good name. I was wondering why Maine? So did Maine a hair? Law, L-A-W, L-A-W, C Disco, CS Disco Incorporated. They do. Never heard of this company. Never seen this company. I don't think, well, not under this, doesn't look like they do anything with the law. Okay, anyway, that's Law, L-A-W, $5 stock. Not a lot of volume yet, only 40,000 shares. Well, let's take a look I guess the disaster du jour is CMPX, CMPX, and why? Published his corporate presentation on their drug, their cancer program. Obviously, market is not liking that at all. William, I don't know if you're around, but what do you think of CMPX? This is a real, here we go. Stock plunges on trial data concerns. That is CMPX. Poet, finally the big drop in Poet. Big drop in Poet. That has been on an amazing run for several weeks now. But the big drop, no inkling this was going to happen on Friday. I mean, look where it closed. It got up to the then of financing. Ah, here we go. Now, this is the cancellation of Celestial AI purchase orders. Hmm. Aha. Look at this. Are they getting a slap by Marvel? The basis for the cancellation, Marvel indicated that the company had made disclosures of information related to the purchase order and shipping information in contravention of its confidentiality obligations. So Marvel is just slapping these guys. Wow. I thought so too, William. It's a phase 2A. Let me take a look at Orca again in terms of the float. Yeah, 41 million in the float. I mean, it's not high, not low, but it seems overdone for a phase 2A. So this is to do with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Okay, so hmm, still sitting on the VWAP though. Still sitting on the VWAP. That's ORKA. I can't remember seeing something like this. I mean, I know it's happened. Obviously, it's happened in the past, but I can't remember something like this happening as dramatically. A company getting so ticked off at a smaller company for obviously releasing data they weren't supposed to. You notice how sometimes you see these press releases and it says, "We have just synced data with a major supplier for an untold amount of money," etc. And they're so vague. Well, I guess Colt was not vague at all. Whenever they started coming up with their, most of them last week, Marvel just ticked off with them. I mean, they had to know what was going to happen to that stock price. So let's see if Poet says, "We're so sorry, we're so sorry." Or, they've canceled the order. But maybe they can go back with their hat in hand and go, we're really sorry. Is the sorry, audio terrible in our YouTube room? I had a loud and clear early. How's the audio in the main room, guys? Any degradation or got to make sure it's widespread? Haven't had an audio issue for a while. Not good. Okay. Well, no, no. Not the best. Okay. Well, let's see if I can figure something out. No, I'm not doing anything differently than I've done for the last few months. So let me, there are some settings on the mic that it is fine, Pepe. So you're saying it's fine. Okay. Well, Pepe, you're saying it's fine. How about now, Disco? Sometimes it all depends on people's computer their setups. And some are saying perfect. There were two rooms, Disco. So okay, all right. Hopefully it'll stay that way. All right, let's take a look at some of these races. So NTLA got hammered on Friday. This got absolutely hammered on Friday. The high was 16 and it closed down here at 13, all the way down. Um, Now stock is up on gene editing drug success. Yeah, so NTLA, I don't know what the news was on Friday, but that was really hit hard. There's look at the Poet. Poet continues to slip slide away. There are shares that, well, okay, it's actually had a little bounce. So OGN, wasn't this some kind of a buyout after the company announced that it will be acquired by Sun Pharma at $14 per share in cash? All right, so I do recall this one Friday. So there was a Sun Pharma, which is out of India, and I think there was also Germany and Sweden, I believe, were also sort of companies within Germany and a company within Sweden. I think they were also maybe bidding on it. So I don't know. Maybe they've just said, okay, we've decided it's going to be Sun Pharma, but really not much to see. I mean, maybe it gets closer to 14. We've got SGMT, another very active stock. The week before, it was excellent. It closed near the high of the week. Last week, it did not. Shares rise with focus on acne treatment. Okay, so that is their That's their drug. And the market, let's take a look at the market. So I think there is, I looked at my economic calendar today, something at, I don't know about the Dallas Fed manufacturing index. But so many of these, that's at 11, I'm sorry, that is at 10:30, 10:30. So that might affect the market a little bit short term. Right now, the market is just basically flat compared to Friday's close. The market meaning the SPY, that's all I look at. Is it 1 minute? You're right. Actually, the market's open. Well, it's the 9:30 open. All right, guys. Well, let's have a great start to this trading week. Okay, I'm going to. You notice a little bit of a change. I'm going to have the. I've got two races going here. One to the upside, one to the downside. Okay, I'm only going to see about five symbols in each. No, none of my scans incorporate the red bar ignored. And I don't know why they still have it. To be honest, I think it's something they created years and years and years ago. Okay, so guys, yeah, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. And then the risk of something moving immediately on me, but that's okay. I'd rather wait to see if maybe something gets a bit of a pullback. TTD though, on the way down here, guys. TTD on the way down. Remax. Okay, let's take a look at. There are some earnings plays I didn't mention. Verizon is an earnings play. EZ is an earnings play. So far, pretty good. 4% move, 4.2 billion in the float. That is a big move. Any other big one? Probably the biggest name one that I can see, Verizon, VZ today. All right, what I have to do here to get this bigger. Here we go. And there's speaking of Verizon, there it is. Or sorry, that's Vonage. Vonage is not an earnings play, but that's Venture. Excuse me, Venture Global VG. Lyft is moving for some reason. LYFT. This was one heck of a tough trader last week, guys. QS had earnings. You can look at that. This was the day it had earnings. That was on the 23rd. It got it up to 961. It touched 10, I think, in the pre-market. And look where it closed. It was all the way down here at 740. Tried to pop again the next day. That was Friday. It closed underneath the close of the previous day. So tough trader, very tough trader. MXL was an earnings play, I do believe. Yes, on last week, April 23rd. Well, on the way down, on the way down. Meanwhile, the market is having a fun little first 5 minute bar. It was down here, now up here. Trying to get these symbols a little bit larger. I don't know why that happens. Chris, though, okay, guys, Chris is like, there were the three of them. Christopher, CRSP, Edit, and NTLA. They used to always kind of trade the same way. So here's CRSP, and I don't know if it's a sympathy play with NTLA, which also moved up. Actually, all three of them, look at that. Yeah, all three of these gene editing, well, the two of them anyway. I want to see what Edit did. I think Edit also, when you look at the weekly chart, yeah, they all um, they all closed near the low of the week last week. So Ben, when you're talking about red bar ignored, you're clicking on the new and then premium RBI and GBI. Now I'm not sure if it is actually premium. You have to have our premium service or not. I don't know, but I haven't used this quite frankly in years. So is that what you're talking about? When you say TI sent on an email that included it, when was that sent? But did it say it was part of our premium service or standard? All right, guys. So yeah, the market is so that first 5 minute bar was kind of a wild one. Got down to 712, closed up here at 713, and on the move again. High in the pre-market was up here. I will put a price alert up there, see if we take out the high of the pre-market at some point. Okay, so you are premium. Okay, well that's how you access it. If you're wondering, you don't ask me. I haven't used it again well, decades. That's a little exaggerated, but years and years and years. HOVR guys, so New Horizon Aircraft, HOVR, looking left on a monthly chart, a little bit of room, 252, and on a daily chart, I see. Oh, actually, Bitcoin is down, not much, down $481 since Friday, since the 4 o'clock Friday. So still, Bitcoin is still pretty strong, 77.8 thousand. USAR guys, wow, this is on the move here. The high last week was 25, 26. That day's high on Friday was at 24.20. So it has about not quite $2 to the next high. Okay, Planet Labs, guys. So this is pretty weak. PL, pretty weak. Look at the daily chart. So the next low, looks like the next low is about 32.81. So about $2 to the next low for Planet Labs, PL. Yaz on the move here, guys. YAAS on the move. Look at Poet getting just after a huge slap on the wrist by Marvel. Okay, why double AS? Why double AS? I'm just wondering why it's not showing up in the scroll. Oh, there it is. So why double AS? Again, low float, China stock. They're agreed to acquire 18% of the equity interest in YATOP. I don't know if that's sister company or had anything to do with them other than they're going to buy 18% of them. Well, AG is on the way down, so my guess then is let's take a look at silver, the ETF, and the answer is not crashing or anything. So AG is definitely moving down more. Give me one. All right, guys. So HOVR, I'm going to say it had room to. Well, on the monthly chart anyway, it's got room to 250. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that is that's the room it has on a monthly chart. SGMT through the VWAP. Okay, the purple line there, that is the VWAP, so it's at least through that. And a monthly chart, the next high is around 860 or so. We mentioned Remax. Remax got over 10. Back this weekly chart out a bit to see where the next high is on a weekly. So back in September of 2025, there was a high up here, just over 10. Zeta's on the move, guys. This was a very active one a few weeks ago, well, 2 weeks ago even. Last week's high was 1879, so about almost a dollar to that next high on the weekly chart. There's the 200-day moving average, though. The 200-day moving average is 1833, so pretty close. I like to see the stock break that whole number of 18, but then the 200-day moving average is too close for me. All right, guys, SGMT on the move, taking out that VWAP. You know why I'm talking about it? If you have our AI, guys, Okay, wow. So this LABT got hammered on the way down. This is I got halted. Now it's but Q. Q was halted because of volatility. 1917. Wow. Okay, I remember this one from last week. This is a bit of a not a bit of this is a definitely a crazy one because the volume is so low. Okay, the volume is so low, and I think the volume was pretty low last. Yeah, the volume was really really low for this to be moving. Okay, HTCO, the High Trend International Group. Okay, this is out of Singapore. 5 million in the float. 128 times normal volume up to this time of day. HTCO. I sort of remember this back in these months. That was back in January of last year. All right, Poet is at a low now. I think it's at a low. No, it isn't at a low. Yes, it is. Okay, that low is at the pre-market low, around 8. If it takes out that pre-market low. Pepe, why does it do this? Shrink down shrink the size of the font. I know I can stop it and it'll get bigger, but I don't want to keep stopping it. VIAV. This is an earnings play. No, on the 29th, they have earnings. VIAV, low looking left is 43, so it has a little bit of room on the V. Well, this is the way it should be. Okay, I mean that's nice big size, right? And every now and then it does get the font does make it that big over here. P1 is right here, so at least we can see the winners. I thought I would add this one. Okay, I mean, my almost for sure if I got rid of this right now and expanded this, I'm sure it'd be back to being normal. But I thought I would take a look at the large cap losers also, as well as the large cap gainers to show you how you can do that. All right, Beam on the move here, guys. Beam Therapeutics. So let's take a look left, and I mean, 3207. So there's about 50 cents, a little over 50 cents to the next high. But to me anyway, it looks like a lot of resistance around that 32 level. It doesn't have a ton of room to keep moving. I might get rid of this or just take it out. Let me just see what I can do here. I want to duplicate into free floating window. See, this is what it's supposed to look like, free floating. Anyway, I'm going to exit out here. If you guys want this one, you can have it. And now, oh yeah, this one. I think later in the day, yeah, this had a little bit of a pop. SRAD Sport Sport Radar Group, and so it's above yesterday. It's above Friday's high. And the next high looking left is 1678. So SRAD on the move here, guys. You're in chase mode right now, but let's see if it maybe pulls back down to the VWAP area. Maybe it gets underneath 14 and then pops through 14 again. Well, Poet now is at the pre-market low. Okay, Poet is at the pre-market low. The 200-day moving average, well, it's way down there. Next low looking left, 730 or so on the daily chart. 730 or so on the daily chart. So Q opened, but you got to be so careful. I mean, look at the volume, 30,000 shares, up 28%. Low float, 4.2 million in the float. Spread is terrible, 22, 2304. I mean, this could end up at $40 today, but it's talking about the CUE. This is the E4. Okay, so E4, I wish I could remember, but it was another symbol until Friday. Well, Poet now, yeah, 796, 797 on the bid ask, and still some shares available at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, cascading downwards now, guys. Poet underneath 8. I know you guys have been watching it. And the next low on a weekly chart is 730, which I think is going to be the same low down. Yeah, about the same low on the daily. So a lot of support. Very bad news for the company. Very bad news. So I saw, oh, wow, HTCO got halted and then it resumed. Oh my goodness. What was the price when we were looking at this? It was about $15, I think, when it was in this race here. We're talking 1847 now, and we are talking a halt right now. FGI on the flip side, halted on the way down. That was a big one from last week. HTCO, where could it go? So, ooh, boy, I missed this one from our AI. Big short, 2067. Yeah, missed this one. I saw it down here, or actually, I saw it in that in the large cap race on the way down. Yeah, so Ears won a race on the way down, and yeah, here's TAL. Toro. Okay, Toro. We used to see this a lot. Toro is a shipping company, engages in the acquisition, owning, charter, etc. So Toro. So lifetime high. Okay, I mean it doesn't make a lot of sense to me that an $8 stock is at a lifetime high, but I mean that's what we have. So I don't know how many years ago we have to go back. But anyway, this is Toro, Toro. Tiva, how much room does it have? 3146, not a lot of room, unfortunately. I'm looking at Tiva, TEVA, but yeah, I'm looking right there. There's a Friday's high is pretty close. So that means I won't take the trade. Now we're getting nonsensical in terms of the size. All right. So what William is saying is that Marvel bounced, okay, and got into the VWAP. Okay, that little purple line in my chart, that is the VWAP. So will that act as resistance? It's a weak stock, but it did bounce into the VWAP. Now I refuse to believe it's because of the celestial situation, but Okay, iHeart guys, iHeart. Where could it go on the monthly chart? Well, it has room in a monthly chart for sure. $9 is the next high. I have no idea. Now that was back in 2023, February 2023. So keep an eye on iHeart. This is now just breaking over six. Okay. Spread is not great. 599, 608. Okay. Poet had a pop up through the eight, now back down through eight. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm going to do something here. I'm going to open this. I'm going to show the race setup. Stop the race. I got 5 lanes going. I might as well go back to the 10. Twenty-five, 28. It's too close. I'm liking some of these things. I'm getting some of these from the up down 25 minutes. This is something I'm sharing. But I'm looking at all these, and some they're just too close to the next highs. Speaking of which, 10:02 now. So I think what I'll do is go over my homepage, all the information you can find on my homepage. Okay, so here's my homepage link. Now, I think this promo code is, I think these promos are over tonight, midnight tonight, Eastern time, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. But you can still take advantage of these codes. So you can get 30% off. So please listen carefully. Okay. If you want to take out a premium annual subscription, you can get 30% off using my code Barry30. If you want to take 1 month of a premium subscription, remember the 1 month the promos are good for the first month only. Okay, so you can get 25% off using 25 Barry. You'll get 25% off the first month only of a premium subscription. Or if you want to go to our standard subscriptions, you can get 15% off the first month only or the entire year using Barry 15. Okay. So if you have any questions about these codes, just let me know. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my codes. Why? Because the company tracks the use of these codes. And if they see my code being used enough times, they don't mind keeping the 2 rooms that are moderating free. I moderate a YouTube room. And if you're sitting in YouTube wondering the other room I'm talking about, the trading room. Okay. So this room, the trading room, is a lot more active, more interaction amongst traders. It's also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi does that. Thank you, Obi. So if you're looking for some interaction with other traders during the pre-market, you can come into that room at 6:45. I don't do it. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me. So thank you, Obi, for doing that. Now, I'm usually getting out of here around 2 to 2:30. Now, William has been keeping the room open, but I don't think he's going to anymore after I leave. So if Obi wants to, he can do so, but he doesn't have to. So this room could be shutting down, around 2 to 2:30 every day. And the main reason is, I mean, William didn't mind keeping it open later, but if there's nobody posting, he's not going to bother. Education. Oh, before I do that, keep scrolling down. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It's free. Okay. So that is the trade of the week. Now, if you click on my homepage link, you've just taken out a subscription or you're thinking about it. Click on the education section, click on the more info, and you'll see these videos are right here. They're getting started with trade ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. So that's the mandatory thing to do if you are a new subscriber. And again, if you don't have the program, I would start off with that second video, go to the end. It should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you like to try us for at least a month. You can always unsubscribe at any time, okay? Back to basics if you're new to trading. This is for you. 15 videos, all free, okay, if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans, etc. So you've clicked on my homepage link, middle section, here they are. So large cap gainers is right here. The other race, biggest gainers, it's a wide open race, has no filters that prevent, like this one has a minimum market cap size, a minimum float, etc. Also, stock has to be near the high of the day. No such filters are here. This is why you can see some big percentage moves here. Upside versus downside movers is here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Pulsar zooms is here. Look at the HTCO. Wow, that's a big miss. And I have 4 other scans that I'm sharing: a momentum scan, a gap scan, a Pepe combo scan. I don't have them up and running, but I do have this one, the up down 25 cents. I do have that one up and running, so you can take a look at that if you want. Both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Don't feel that you're interrupting me. If it's an accounting question, I probably can't answer, but I can direct you to people who can. Yeah, actually, there are some shorts available too for me at Interactive Brokers. 43. It's an all-time high. It's not an all-time high. It's not even close. But it is I think I took that out. The 1-year high. I think I took it out as one of my metrics. Wow, Iris was an excellent one, guys, from our AI. I just did. Look at the re-entry for SGMT, guys. The re-entry for SGMT. Now, Remax has a re-entry also. It's still a little bit below the re-entry price. So is there anybody out there with our AI, part of our premium, has our premium service that has the AI that doesn't know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about re-entry prices? And if so, I don't want to keep going over it if nobody, I know I try to go over it every day, but there's no point unless somebody needs to know, okay? And that is somebody who has our AI premium service, has the AI looking at the Holly trades, the AI trades today. or the alerts. I shouldn't call them trades. You may make a suggestion. If you're going to ask, if you're going to say direct to a video, I won't do that. But other than that, so SG, I mean, this is just an awesome reentry. Awesome. Well, that's why I make the statement. I can't tell if they're new users in the room. People come in and out all day long, but yeah, I got to keep an eye on this Remax guy. So Remax now is pulling back into maybe into the VWAP area. I don't I don't know. I've never even thought about it if there's a way to actually see. But anyway, I mean, I'll throw it out there if you're new and but if anybody has the AI premium service and you don't know what I'm talking about, just let me know. Well, I mean, this still is looking weak, guys. And now, this ERS is underneath the VWAP. Well, it's way under the VWAP. Okay. Way under the VWAP. Okay, guys. Well, Poet is still hanging underneath the 8 mark. I was right about Oka. Well, I forgot to thumbnail it because when we're looking at it in the pre-market, it was just hanging around the VWAP. Well, yeah, that's a big drop. How VWAP works? It's just the strict definition. I mean, it's volume weighted average price. That's what it stands for. So the VWAP can act as support or resistance. So this is just the area in which there a lot of volume was. Okay, and I think the volume weighted average price. So this area right here is where a lot of the average price and volume is. Okay, that's the purple line. So when a stock is above the VWAP and it's starting to approach it, many will look at that as a potential area where it could bounce. Okay, maybe act as support. I mean that's what most people use the VWAP for to see whether or not it's a support or resistance area. So if you're trying to play a bounce play and the stock was moving up into the VWAP from below, that could act as resistance on the way up. That's just because there was a lot of action right there. Okay. Now, of course, it doesn't. So that's why we talk about the VWAP. We saw Orca in the pre-market and it was hanging around the VWAP. Would it break down below it? Well, what is the VWAP? 80, around 88. Yeah. So it's a little too. I wish I'd seen this just a little bit earlier. I probably would have taken this short as it broke down underneath the VWAP. It's just another way of maybe looking at which I think after the 200-day moving average, I think it's probably the second most often used indicator, technical indicator. Okay, there's a question from our YouTube room. See, like here's WW, okay? So it's trying to pop through the VWAP, but it took a bit. Now, does it mean it's absolutely now through the VWAP and it's going to keep moving? Of course not. I mean, we don't know. The VWAP is at 1071, 1110 right now. It looks a lot better though. So if you took this trade right now, I'm not saying to do it, don't like the spread, but I mean, imagine if it were a little bit better in terms of the spread and all, you took the trade right now, you could then say, okay, I'll put my stop around the VWAP just underneath it. Because if it broke down through the VWAP, you'd want to be out of the trade. That's a way to try to look at it. So Maine is really doing well. I mean, this is an all-time high. Had some news that hair loss treatment. I don't know if it's a treatment or a drug or that's a drug. Okay, so it's a drug. It led to rapid and robust hair growth. Okay, I didn't know that was still a thing. There's so many people shaving their heads. But anyway, there's Maine, Mane, great name. But is it getting? I do have very few shorts available in Interactive Brokers, 38,000. But it's an all-time high. This was a great IPO. I mean, yeah, this was. I don't know. Well, it looked like it was priced. It was priced at 17, and it was a very good IPO. And then it did not break down through the IPO price, and we're approaching $100 now for Maine. I've got to put a price alert at $10 for this Remax and see if it takes it out later on. Speaking of the VWAP, you can see how RMAX is coming into the VWAP right now. You can see it's moving down into it. Will that act as support? The numbers around 965. Okay. Well, you know what? Poet is actually in a decent little bounce mode now, guys. I mean, it got down to 765, but it is now bouncing over now. Here again, there's the VWAP, way above, way above. So, can that act as a bit of a magnet? And there's the poet right here. Moderna on the way down here, guys. mRNA on the way down for whatever reason. What I should do, let's take a look at the sectors, guys. Okay, let's take a look at the major sectors right now. So, yeah, somebody mentioned in the pre-market that the nukes were doing okay. This is NLR is the ETF. Doesn't trade very much. Let me just see. It's only 97,000. It's a very weak. Well, weak when it's not too liquid. NLR. So this is an ETF for uranium and the nukes, the SMRs, etc. So it's moving higher. Excuse me. XLE, OIH, energy ETFs. What's the worst one? Silver. Not. I mean, it's the worst one, but it's only down 0.9%. So it's not like a massive move down for silver. So with that in mind, let's go. I'm going to go up to the toolbar. I'm going to click on new from our toolbar. I'm going to click on dock channel bar. I'm going to click on the show more. So I get right to the bottom here and the sector status. So let's take a look at some of the individual sectors, and let's take a look at the strong and weak stocks within each individual sector. So this is what I was showing you before. Okay, just an expanded version of it. So here's NLR at the top here. These are the sectors that we're tracking in this top list window, okay? And then we do have some individual sectors that we are looking at, 11 of the probably top sectors. So let's take a look at energy as an example, okay? XLE, so 90% of the energy stocks or the energy companies that make up XLE are above Friday's close, 10% are below. Well, let's see what's bucking the trend. KMI and SLB. These are two negative ones for whatever reason. Okay, KMI, SLB are negative. So you can see, the top one is MPC. And again, the worst one is KMA. Not hugely worse, but it is the worst one. That's what you can do. Kind of go through the various sectors. And so here's healthcare sector. So 74% are above Friday's close. The best one is ELV. It's up 3.4%. All the way down here. Watt, WAT. It's the worst one. Just looking for something a little more dramatic. Well, okay, for instance, technology. Micron, MU, up 5%. Certainly not an earnings play. What's the weak? What's the weak one? TER. Okay, TER down 4%. You can kind of see if you wanted to, this might be something. This is maybe the only way you use trade ideas. Just take a look at the strong sectors, or take a look at some of these individual sectors and look at the strong and weak stocks within each one of them. Yeah, utilities. I mean, it's most of them are up. There's a Verizon. This is an earnings play. VZ, we know is an earnings play. It's the best one in that sector. Charter, boy, Charter had a horrible day on Friday. It was an earnings play, I believe, and it's continuing down. CHTR continuing down. So anyway, it's an idea, guys. An idea how you could use trade ideas just by looking at some of the major sectors and checking out the strong and weak stocks within those major sectors. Hugely successful one from our AGI guys. okay, on that re-entry for SGMT, hugely successful. And that is the SGMT, yes. Have to show it. I mean, look at that. There's the re-entry, okay? So we had the alert price at 7.99. That was the alert price at 7.99. I actually think that from that price or that alert, I believe, yeah, that it actually went from 7.99. I got up to 8.24 actually. So if you took it right off the bat, you would have done okay. But then look what happened. It hit the stop. Okay, so if you stopped yourself out, or if you made a little bit of money and then you took yourself out at the stop, you had a re-entry halfway between that original the stop price and the 7.99. That's how the re-entries work, which was 7.87. So if you had waited for the re-entry, I mean, it's just, I mean, what a move. I mean, before it hasn't really pulled back at all. So from 787 on the reentry, we're talking 929. It's actually more than 16.5% because that's taking it from 799. So it would be a little bit more of that percent. So again, if you don't have the reentry, if you don't know how it works, just let me know. Some people just wait for reentries. That's it. Now there is a reentry for RMAX. It hasn't. It triggered at 992. It's at 983 right now, so it's still below that. But that's why I put a price alert around 10, just in case later on. Yeah, so I'm not a big trader, Sharon. Okay, sure. Sorry, yeah, that's right. We determined it was sure. So I'm not a big trader, so I don't really have a limit on how many trades I take. Okay, I'm just I don't. I've never been somebody to take like 10 or 20 trades a day, and I'm rarely in more than two at a time. Usually it's just one. Okay, everybody's. I mean, there's some in this room that have to be in a trade all day long. Okay, I'm just not. I've never been that person. Yeah, you should not be stuck in a stock. Okay, when you say stuck in a stock, okay, X arrow, X arrow. So let's take a look at lidar. Okay, LIDR. So when you say you're stuck in it, that to me means that you didn't have a stop, you didn't get out at a manager with a manageable loss. Okay, you understand the concept of putting a stop in? Every time you take a trade, you should have a price where you're going to get out of that trade because it's not working for you. They're not obviously not all going to work. And that'll help to share size you and because a couple of things. You have to have a price that you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. And secondly, you have to determine based on your account size, how much are you actually willing to risk on a trade? So if it doesn't work, how much are you willing to risk as a manageable risk? So what I mean by that is, depending on, when I demonstrate our simulator, I always have a risk of $100. So if the trade doesn't work, I'm only going to lose $100. How to do that, of course, then because you're not then going to take the same amount of shares every single trade. Because how to know how many shares to take if you have a risk of say $100 that you're willing to lose on the trade. I'll try to make this math simple. If you took a stock at $1 and you look below and 80 cents seemed to be a good support level, okay, 20 cents away, that seemed to be a good support level based on what you see on a chart, then you could take 500 shares of that stock. Because if you lost and you obeyed your stop, 20 cents under. 500 times 20 cents is $100. So again, very, very key. You have to know where you're going to get out of the. Now, if you're new, that can be very tricky. So if you're new, what you could try to do is maybe put the low of a previous 5 minute candle. Okay, just because that's a definite number, you don't have to guess. I mean, what I do is I try to look at chart what I think is some kind of chart support. So if it broke down through that, I want to be out of the trade. Maybe VWAP type trade, I want to be out of it if it breaks down through the VWAP. But I understand if you're starting out, it's sometimes difficult to say, well, where should I put my stop? So as a test, you might want to say, okay, I like the way the setup is. Okay, it meets some of my requirements. I'll put the stop at the low of the previous 5 minute bar. At least that's a defined number. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You don't have to guess what that number is. And you can practice doing that in the simulator. I'm not saying that's what you should do going forward, but at least it gives you an idea. And some people do that. Put the low of the previous 5 minute candle. You should use our simulator though. Okay, you got to practice trading. Boy, oh boy, this one I've seen all day long. This TAL, below last week's low now, or right at last week's low. That's TAL, China Education Stock. Not an earnings play. It's just weak. And our SPY. So we had a nice little run on the SPY, almost up to the high. Okay, and then bit of a now at 10:30 there were I think the Dallas Fed numbers were coming out, manufacturing numbers or something. I saw my economic calendar. Dallas Fed manufacturing at 10:30, so I don't know, maybe that affected the market a little bit. Okay, guys, I'm now looking at so here's Iridium, IRDM. It is another weak one today at the low of the day. The next low looking left on the weekly chart is around 33, actually a little under 34. All right, well, this one has, or does it? A little bit of room, the TXG, a little bit of room. The next high is 2361. I was hoping it would be more like the weekly high of 26. If above the VWAP, it'd be nice if it maybe pulled back a little bit into the VWAP, acted as support, and then bounced from there. It may not happen though. Yes, I see cast is right at the top here. CAST. Yeah. So there's your big pullback now for SGMT. Now, look what it did. It pulled back into the VWAP area. Maybe that's going to act as support, okay? But up to 939, pulled all the way back down to 8. I mean, that's a big percentage pullback. But maybe a little over that VWAP area, maybe it'll hold it, act as support. That is for the SGMT. The VWAP's around $8.10, so it's still a little bit of, excuse me, still a little bit above it. I'm talking about the SGMT. Wow, the SPY is acting like a penny stock right now. I mean, look at this. So all the way down here, and then a big pop up here, got up to the high. We're back a little bit now, but okay. CPRX guys, CPRX all-time high, all-time high. It's over 29, all-time high. It's above the VWAP, 2881. CPRX all-time high. It's interesting to me. It pulled into the VWAP. Looks like it trying to hold. And decent volume. It's a big float, 109 million in the float, so it shouldn't be crazy in terms of volatility. But that is the CPRX. I wish the spread were a little bit better. I'm looking at the spread right now, 2901, 2912. I like to see that tighten up a little bit. That is for the CPRX. Okay, it's just dipped down. I'm going to put a price limit around maybe around 2912 and see if it gets back up there with a better spread. Okay, so a price alert up in this area for the CPRX. Want to see if it gets back up there with a better spread. MXL. Great week last week. I guess it had earnings. Yeah, it had earnings last week. Great week, closed near the high, but yeah, now below. Yeah, great reaction to earnings on Friday, but now below. You're right, William. Of course, you're right. Below the low. Wow. Um, Poet cruised down. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It cruised up. I'm sorry. I was thinking about taking that on that. What? It's very close to the VWAP, if not through it. No, it's getting closer and closer to the VWAP. Yeah, I mean, the closer it gets to that VWAP area, William. Here's the poet. I see it right here, so I can just click on it. The VWAP is actually, I mean, it's far, it is really. I don't know about a stop over the VWAP. The reason I say that, and you're talking 857, and so if you took it now, then your stop is 930. Like to me, that'd be too big a stop. To me, like to see it get closer to the V. It may not do it though. It doesn't matter whether you're using pre-market data or not. 934 without the pre-market data, and 929. Do you not think that's too big a stop, William, for a $8.50 stock? No? Okay. Therein lies the difference between William and I. I would never, that to me is just would be too big a stop, because that would mean for me, because I want to have at least a one for two risk reward. 50, say that's 60 cents. That would have to go $1.20. Well, you're right. Okay, $1.20 would be about well, 720. About 720. Okay, guys, CPRX back over a 29. The spread is not terrible. It's 3 cents right now. Definitely interested in this one, guys. Very interested in this one. 2908, 2915, a lifetime high, basically. Close to the VWAP. It got down to 20. There's the VWAP, 2880. So it got close to the VWAP, bounced off it. And I'm talking about the CPRX. X. All right. Taking it, took it. I don't want to see it go down below 29, but okay, let's see if it has any legs. Put a price alert up in this area here. say 29.20, and see if it can at least get up there and move from there with a decent spread. What's the relative volume? 7. So the relative volume is pretty good. It's a big float, so I that's why I'm hoping it's not too volatile. Talk about the CPRX. But if it doesn't move fairly quickly, I'm going to bail. It's just slightly underneath where I bought it. Talk about the CPRX. Any news in this one? CPRX on the move. Here's why the trend could be sustainable. Okay, no deny, profit, whatever. I'm just looking to see if there's any news, specific news for today. CPRX. Well, this pang was a big one on Friday. I recall it moved up. Yeah, had a nice day on Friday. Closed right at the highs. PENG. Now it's below the close, of course. The low on Friday was 27, say $28. So actually, it's got some room. $1.40 to that low of Friday. PENG. All right. Come on, CPRX. Give me a little bit more than that. I was hoping it would start to move from here. Come on. Talking about the CPRX. I was just talking about ENVB. Okay, ENVB. This is the that's a psychedelic play from last week. A lot of volume just came in. A lot of volume just came into ENVB. How's the PBM doing? That was the other big one, I think. Yes, this was the other big one. Not even close. So looks like ENVB is definitely taken over. ENVB. 1.8 million in the float. So there is that. Well, William, you are right about the poet. You were right about the poet, taking it right there, and it would have been a good short. Well, you know what? I had some profit in the CPRX, and I resisted. I was hoping I get into the 30s, but I may. Boy, oh boy, what a crazy one today for this HTCO. 5 million in the float, 112 times normal volume up to this time of day. All right, guys, maybe TAL is in a bounce zone now. Okay, TAL, it's been moving down all day. It looks like it's trying to base here around the 1050 mark. Maybe TAL is getting set for a bit of a bounce, though I don't like it. I'm looking at the VWAP. It's too close. It's about 20 cents away. So even if it bounced, the VWAP could easily stall it. So not as interested in it as unless if the VWAP were a lot higher, I'd be probably a little more interested as a potential bounce play for TAL. Speaking of a potential bounce or top play, look at Zeta, guys. ZETA. That it's approached that high, 1840. That red line, that's the next high looking left on the daily chart. You can actually see it, 1840, and it got into it. This is from my bouncers toppers. If you want it, I can give it to you. It's not on my homepage. Hmm. Here's another one that's coming into a daily high, guys. TXG. That high is 23.53, so mm, very close. So that could be that could block it. Not a lot of questions today, guys. HTCO, crazy action. It's a crazy little Singaporean stock. I don't think there's any news on this one whatsoever. It's just one of these trading vehicles, if you will. I mean, they had some news on the 22nd expanding their lithium mineral transport contacts, but or contracts. But that was on the 22nd. Maybe that's what got it going. But and it just got halted. Just not enough room. This FRMM. This is one that was very active 2 weeks ago. Very active. Got up to 556. Too close. 527 right now. That's too close for me. Well, Infi is a weak one today, guys. INFY is a very weak stock today. Last week's low was 1240, so I can't too close. If I want to short it, it's just too close. It was an earnings play, I guess, on Thursday. All right, NTLA now. Look at this, right at the VWAP. Will it break through, or will this act as resistance to move higher? So that's the NTLA. It had a little bit of news today. It got slammed with the two other gene therapy drugs, Edit and CRISPR, CRSP. They all three of them did the same thing. One moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back again. So let's go over. I want to go over this race. Okay, this is a, volatile race right here. The concept of racing. Um, I've got some races going right now. I've got this one. My other monitor, I have this one. This is large cap losers. These are large cap gainers. Okay, but I want to go over the concept of racing. Well, not everybody necessarily wants to race, but I think it's an interesting concept for sure. I like the way it creates a top 10 list for you of stocks to watch all day long. So before I do that, though, I am going to direct you to my homepage because everything I talk about will be in the guide. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link at the top here, just scroll down until you see the education section. Click on the more info and right here, user guide. Click on the user guide. There's a whole section on TI stock racing. Okay. I don't expect people to remember everything I'm going to say right now, but that's a whole section on TI stock racing. So, what is the race all about? So, what does that 9.4% mean? That means that since the race started, the stock has moved the most. Well, in fact, it's going to win a race. I'm running 4-minute races, so it just won that last race. Okay, so I should have. Well, what happened is it just won the last race. So before it won the race, beside the PAPL, the stock was the number two, but it just won the last race. So that two turns to three. That's what the numbers are. How many times the stock has won a race? Okay, that's what these numbers refer to, and eventually, you'll get a top 10 list of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Look at the HTCO, 20.4% move since the race started. And you can probably just see, look at that. I mean, look at that move, guys. So this is what the percentages refer to. Okay. So if you see a stock at the top, of course, click on it. See what's happening. It might be setting up for you. I'm not saying this one is setting up. I'm just saying click on it. Click on anything you see here. Any stock you see in this list right now, click on it because you just don't know what you're going to see until you click on it. Now here's ELAB. ELAB is pretty good. I mean, but what if it had been pulling into the VWAP? What if it had been moving down into the VWAP? You could have been watching it, maybe put a price alert a little bit above the VWAP, and then taken it and put the and with a stop underneath the VWAP as an example, just as an example of an idea. This was an active one, also EUDA. So here's one that came, burst down through the VWAP, and now it's above it. Problem with this one, it's forget about it. 1386, 1430 in the bid ask, but you don't know until you click on the alert. What you're going to see. So you don't have to wait for a race to be over before you click on a symbol. You see it at the top here. Click on it. Also, if a stock has won a race before, click on it. Just see what's happening with it. SGMT. I mean, this could be classic coming into the VWAP. VWAP looks like it's acting as support. Okay. So if you're that sort of a player, looking at the VWAP as an area of support, you could have taken this trade as it got closer and just took the trade and then put your stop just below the VWAP. Take a look at ONSI. So this is underneath the VWAP, okay? So this is one that is really moving away, but maybe if you had shorts, and there are shorts available, it's only a $1 stock though, but you might have looked at that, what if it had broken down below the VWAP and then started to move, even further? You might have looked at that and said, I'll short it and put my stop a little bit above the VWAP as an example. Now this is a $1 stock, so I'm not going to even attempt to short it, but That's how you can, that's how you can use the races. And again, a top 10 list is built for you automatically. And the races can start in the pre-market if you want and run all day, even into the post-market. So why are these stocks showing up? And these two races are very different. I mean, it's the same concept. The top 10 list is built, but these races are very different. Look how few stocks there are here right now. This is full, 10 stocks are in here. So all races start from a top list window. If I right click in the body of this race, one of my options is to open the top list. So this is a pretty full list. Why are these stocks here? That's because what I want to see in this top list window, if I right click on configure and the summary, this is what I want to see. I want to see stocks between $150, 200,000 shares minimum have traded, and up 2% from the previous day's close. That's what I want to see. So that's why these stocks are showing up here. And then what I've done is I've sorted on the change from the close. That's at C%. That's a change from the close. So HGCO, 177% from Friday's close. SGMT, 45%, etc., all the way down. So a top list can be used still this way. You want to see the stocks that are up the most today, down the most today, up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 10 minutes, things like that. As long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. I want to sort on the change from the opening trade of the day, which is the change from the open percent. I'll double left click. HCCO is still, on top. But here's PAPL, PAPL. Okay? So just different ways to sort. I'm going to ignore this, guys. I have a phone call coming in. I'm going to ignore it. Oh, that's all well and good. And don't discount a stock that's up, 169%, thinking, well, why would I want to see that stock? Well, we've seen it time and again that these stocks, at the end of the day, it could be up 200%, 300%. I'm not saying it's going to be, but that's what happens because they're so active. There's so many people who are looking at this, all these trading groups around the world looking at this stock because it's so active. But the race, the race does not care. I notice, I mean, it's probably going to be, near the top of these races all day long because people are looking at it all day long. But the race doesn't care where a stock is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is since the race started, what stock is moving the most percentage wise. Okay? That's all it cares about. So, for instance, UCAR, UCAR can be a very active stock. I mean, it's up 9.8%. But what if all of a sudden it was up 10%, 12%, 14%, moving up this list? How would you know? Well, the race takes care of that. Okay, the race, again, doesn't care where it is in this list of stocks. It just cares what's moving the most since the race started. Notice in this top list window, if I right click, launch the real-time stock race. So that's a big clue. All races start from a top list window. And of course, so you can create your own top list window, with your own set of parameters. This is what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see. Now, I'm going to close this. I'm going to show you the difference between these two races. If I right click on this one now, open the top list window, we will see a big difference. Look at that, two stocks, okay? Why? Because I've got some pretty tight filters in here. A minimum market cap of 500 million, a minimum float of 50 million, plus the stock has to be near the high of the day, okay? Now, does that mean these are the only two stocks all day long? No. It just means at this time, these are the only stocks meeting the filter requirements. This list can go get bigger and shrink all day long. This can also, but especially this one. And notice, there was a little change of CNM just joined here. And again, this is why, I'm looking for stocks between 10 and $70, the 200,000 shares and up 2% from yesterday's close. But this is the main reason. The price has to be at least near the high of the day. This is the position in the day's range. If I put 100 here in the min, that would mean the stock is basically at the high of the day. So at 95, it means the stock is near the high of the day. And a minimum float of 50 million and a minimum market cap of 500 million. These three filters are not in here. That's why you can get some big percentage moves. But if I were starting out trading, I would probably more concentrate on a race like this just because the moves are not as volatile, neither up or down. It's always great, when you see a big volatile mover and you're on the right side of it. But, if you don't have a lot of experience trading, some of these stocks can just move down so quickly on you. I'm not saying these are, there's no challenge at all, but they're just less volatile. We were just talking about the UCAR. So here's the UCAR making a little bit of a move. Yeah, I mean, look at the UCAR. We were just talking about it. What if UCAR started to move? Well, here it's starting to move. The one thing I'm going to do, I'm going to stop this raise. Oh, I'm right. Okay, change from the open. Yeah, UCAR. I mean, it's just. I'm sorry. I was looking at USAR before, I think, and not UCAR. But I think I might be wrong. But UCAR or USAR? It was UCAR. Okay, it was UCAR. I thought it was USAR. Okay, so UCAR, yeah, on the move. I remember when we looked at it, it was. Anyway, that's the idea behind the race. It doesn't care, where it is in the list, but all of a sudden UCAR caught a bid and started to move. Guys, I'm trying to have extraordinary patience on the CPRX. Well, William, you're dead on, I think, right on or so on the poet, I think. How close did it get to 8? Very close. Very nice. You said you expected a bounce at around 8, and that's what it did. Look at the UCAR here. So, This is a what we call a compare count window, but basically what it's doing, it's taking two competing scans with very similar filters. So in other words, a similar price range, minimum volume, things like that, and showing me stocks with those filters, all the filter values met, showing me stocks that are making new highs of the day versus the stocks making new lows of the day. So for instance, NBIG is now just making a new low of the day, NBIG. All right, this is NBIS. So the stock NBIS must be down about 4.5%. It's the two timer for it. Boy, UCAR just, what a move. All right, guys, 11:16. So in about 45 minutes, I'll be taking my break. I think it'll be Chris Farley today. All right, guys, CPRX is finally giving me a little bit. We got up to 29.30. Okay, well, it's been holding this for quite a while. Well, as a day trader, this is like an eternity, but it's finally giving me something, the CPRX, and saw this one right here. Now, William uses this in a different way from me. I could use it both ways. This is we'll call it his scan, okay? He looks at tops, so CPRX, he would have played this as more, I'm not saying he did, but he would have been looking at this more of a top, where I look at these more as continuation. Could be tops meaning will I short this? Okay. But I looked at this just over the whole number, kind of like what I saw, all-time high. I mean, it took a long time before it actually went, but mm, yeah, UCAR is stunning. It's amazing. I picked UCAR as the one that, who knows, maybe UCAR will catch a bid. I had no idea. Okay, and how about this quantum, CNTM? Not a quant, okay? It's a bio. The next high on a weekly chart is way up there at 645. On a daily chart, next high is too close for me. Boy, this iridium, guys, the weekly low now is 33.99. So there's a couple of dollars to that low, okay, on the weekly chart. How about on a daily chart for IRDM? The next low is 35. So bit of room, bit of room on the way down for iridium or IRDM. Now this looks a pretty getting pretty extended, guys. INDV, INDV getting pretty extended. There is a high, a daily high. That red line represents a daily high within this week. Okay, so that week was the week of March 9th, okay, of this year, and there was a daily high within that week, right up here, 35.31. So will that stall it? Wow, good, 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 good. CPRX now giving me a nice little trade. Only one today, guys. That's it. That's all I've done. Um, yeah, so INDV. So if I'm going to short this one, you know what I'll wait for? I'm going to put a price alert around 34.98. I want to see if it takes out the whole number on the way down. The VWAP is at 34.42. There's a little bit of room to the VWAP. So we talk about using the, well, I talk about using the trade wave or TI wave. Okay. So this is how I use it, guys. You know, I could have got out of this trade right around here thinking, but no, look at the wave was blue, blue, blue. And look, I mean, this is now turning into a great trade. Using trade TI wave, it kept me in the trade. It just basically kept me in the trade. Oh man, this is real good. It's all time high. I've just taken some off, okay, because it's gone a little bit parabolic. Also getting close to that whole number of 30. 30 could be a pretty psychological number to get through. And that's for the CPRX. Seems like an eternity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 40 minutes. But using the wave, there was no reason to get out of the trade yet. Now, this may turn into a short for me. You know, a lot of shorts available, 2 million in 2 million interactive brokers, because this is now just getting a little bit parabolic, but it is an all-time high. All right, guys. Wow, we're getting close to that 30 level for the CPRX. I don't see any news on it today. It's just a strong stock. Anybody take that one with me? Probably, it was boring, boring, boring for 40 minutes, but well, let's see if I can induce it to take out that 30. I just have this feeling it's going to get stopped at 30. But I'll put a price alert just over 30 and see if it takes it out. And see if it's actually leading this race up here. See how it's a little struggle to get through 30, guys. A little struggle on the CPRX. I have taken most off now. Okay, I'll hold on in case it can break through 30, but I've taken most of it off the CPRX. Meanwhile, what else is happening here? We were looking at NTLA earlier, and yeah, look what happened. So you see the VWAP kind of it was hanging around the VWAP area, but it kind of got rejected. Boy, Fluence, guys, FLNC. FLNC is uh, too close. The next low looking left is for me. It's just too close, around 20 cents away. If we were down here, I'd be more inclined to, it's almost down to 12 here. I'd be more inclined to take a hard look at this one. I love these ones breaking down underneath the whole number. Maybe if it pulled up into the whole number again and then broke down. But for me, the daily low that I'm looking at is too close. So Moderna is now underneath that whole number. Boy, it's been drifting down all day long. mRNA. Well, again, let's look left. I mean, I think there's room. There's a lot of room. 40, about a dollar 40 or so to the next low. Looking left for Moderna if it wants to keep moving down. Any news on? Well, okay. This news hit after hours on Friday. I don't know if this is the reason. CureVac sues Moderna for patent infringement over COVID-19 vaccines. I don't know if that's the news that's causing it down. That news I'm seeing right here. That's 426. Of course, that's Friday. Well, actually, that was sorry, right here. 424 is Friday, and that was after that 1643. So that's 443. So I don't know if that's the reason why Moderna is weak today. It, has probably has a bearing on it. Ugh, look at this one, American Rebel. Holy smokes. AREB halted on the way down and opened at 99 cents. It was halted at what? Are you kidding me? This was, is this right? Was this halted in the pre-market or after hours or looks like it was halted in the like at 358. Actually, it was halted on Friday. Reason not available. Whatever, it's down a lot. AREB. Maybe they're delisting themselves or yeah, I should have flipped the script on these CPRX. 30 was just too tough to get through. I mean, I think it got up to within a penny, maybe 29.97. And I was thinking 30 might block it. And so far, yes. So I'm completely out of my this trade. Well, of course, how I use the wave is, it's very, it's nothing, just what I see. I mean, it's pretty simple. I mean, what I see. So if I were in iridium right up here, okay, I was short. I'd be hanging right there, 100%. I'd be taking some profit. Okay, 100%. I'd be taking some profit right there on the little pop up, but not getting out of everything because it had not transitioned to blue. Okay, which would mean certainly it could be a big trend change, a minor trend change if the color. But then I'd be out, something for sure here. Then assuming I'm up in this area shorting, and then I just hang on. I just hang on, ride the wave. I mean that would be a very short video. I'm not saying, and there's not going to be there's no video that's going to say, well, that is the exact way to use the wave. It's just how I've sort of seen it. It just has helped me keep. There's no question that had I been in the short up here, and when if I'd seen that, I would have been out of my entire position before. If I had been in this one, I was not in iridium, but had I been in it, I would have been out of my entire position before. And then I would have missed that move from 37 down to 35.85. All right, yeah, confirmation is going to be Chris Varley taking over for me in our YouTube room in about 25 minutes from now. Okay. Well, I find the wave also works better on the more expensive stocks. Okay, like the I mean, if I look at UCAR, I don't even know what I'm going to see. But I mean, this is not but I'm only using a 5 minute chart. If I were actually going to be in one of these, a smaller time or a cheaper one, I'd probably use a 2 minute chart. Not terrible, but we've seen many cases with the low float stocks where the bars pierce down below the wave, up above, below. This is actually not that bad. Not that bad in retrospect. So if I'm in this long right there, if I alerted to something for some reason, I get in the long right here. I'm riding. Here is where I take some off. 100% I take some off. Not everything. Take some off, and then look what it did. I mean, it got into the VWAP, and then I hold on. Now, if I had not taken anything off here, certainly I'm taking some off here. I mean, these are low flow situations. You've got to be careful. I find that the other ones that are not as low float, they're a little more orderly. That's all, and that's just personal observation. Of course, I mean, what else could it be? Look at this INDV. It's a good case. 116 million in the float. If I happen to have seen this one back here, and for whatever reason I thought, you know what, I want to take this trade. Well, man, you're riding. Up here is where you start to get some bars getting into the wave. I'd say to myself, you know what? Let's take some off here, not the entire position, but take some off here, and let's see then if we can still keep riding this wave up. As an example for INDV, but it's nowhere near as volatile as the UCAR, and that's because the float is more expensive stock. No, it's not. It's part of the standard subscription, Amber. I'll show you if you want. I can show you how to put it on. Okay, put the wave on your charts if you want. Well, I'll just do it. Okay, I'll just show you how. Anybody who's listening. So I don't have the waves on my weekly, daily, or monthly charts, and that's just because I care about the intraday. Okay. So in order to enact a wave on your charts, the first thing you must do is if you right click on the chart, any chart, doesn't matter what time frame, you have to have use browser interface checked. So if it's already checked, don't uncheck it because it's just a toggle on and off. So I'm going to click on use browser interface. Okay. Now the wave does appear because I've done this before. Okay. But in yours, anybody watching has never added the wave at all. You will not see this wave here. Now, why is this not showing up? I guess you know what? Okay, this is too, my chart is not big enough. So let me do it up here. I'm going to take off the user. I'm going to uncheck the use browser interface. Okay, in this chart here. The reason you're not seeing all this up here is because my chart isn't big enough. So I'm going to do it up here. So here's my 15-minute chart. I'm going to right click and I'm use browser interface. Now, what happens is when you do that, you're going to get these icons up at the top here. That would have happened here, except I'd have to expand. Okay, sorry. I would have to expand my chart so I could see. But on this chart, my chart is big enough so I can see at the top here. So when you see these icons at the top, what you do is you right click to the left of the anchor. These are the indicator icons. And one of them is TI wave. Watch what happens when I click on it. See, it's a toggle on and off. So that's what you would see. if you've not done it before, okay? So you right click, use browser interface. Hopefully you see these icons, your chart is big enough. So now you left click on the icon and then TI wave and you click on it and now the wave will appear. Okay? That's how you get the wave on your chart. And it's part of the standard service. And notice the wave can look very different depending on the time frame. I mean, obviously right here, look at this 15, but here's some blue. It's only on a 2-minute chart, so the trend has changed. But on a 15, it's still a weak trend. So it really depends on what time frame you're using. So does that make sense? So the bottom line is it's not an add-on. Okay, give me one moment, guys. Okay, guys, I'm going to be about 5 minutes. Okay, I'll put the announcement here. I'm going to be about 5 minutes. Just give me a moment. I'm on mute. Hopefully, no more than 5 minutes. I do have to show up by noon anyway because Chris will take over for me. So just give me a moment, okay? All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, 11:46. So in about 15 minutes, I'll be taking a break. Chris Varley will take over for me in our YouTube room. So here's an example. Look at you car. Okay, so you're riding the wave, and now you take some off, and then you look at the way so far. Anyway, you car held the VWAP. Okay, and so you would still. It all depends where you're in the trade, of course. Okay, so if you don't see this, okay, can you see what I'm pointing at, Amber? Can you see I'm pointing at an anchor? There's a little anchor up here, and to the left, it's these icons right here. Can you see those? Can you see what I'm pointing at? Now, do you see any icons at all at the top? Okay. Do you see something that says FX? FX. Because it depends on the version of trade ideas you're on. Okay. And you're if you don't see this, that means you're not on a what I will call a more current version. Some of you who have not upgraded or updated their software, what you might see is FX. FX. Okay. Do you see FX? Do you see any icons at all? I mean, that's okay. Do you see any icons at all? What icons do you see? Just out of curiosity. Now, you have done this though, right? You use browser interface. You've gone through that first step. Use browser interface has to be checked. So is it checked in your chart? I'm sorry, was that yes? Okay, so those icons that you're showing me are like this. That's because you have not well, you haven't checked use browser interface. This is what you see when use browser interface is not checked. Okay, because I've unchecked it, and now if I right click and into the chart use browser interface, those icons change because I can see these icons that you just displayed here are when use browser interface in the chart is not checked. Okay, that's what I see. Yeah, as Pepe is saying, you've got to please listen carefully. You right click in your chart and you have to check use browser interface. Okay, as Pepe says, you're on the. That's what I'm on here. The so-called legacy charts on the daily, weekly, and monthly. Okay, you've got to check use browser interface. That's the first step. Once you do that, you'll see some icons. The icons will change. Now, if you see the anchor, what I'm pointing at, right to the left is the indicator icons. If you see that, then that means you're on I'll call it a version, the right version of trade ideas. So let me know if you see that. If you don't see that, you might see FX, FX, okay? But if to the left of the anchor, you should see the indicator icon and when you click on it, TI wave pops up. Yes? Hello, Estrella. Yeah, yes. Can I move on or? Okay, so just to the left of the anchor, do you see these indicator? You see what I'm pointing at? It's called these are indicator icons. Do you see that? Or do you see something called FX? FX, like F xylophone, FX. I'm just saying that in case you're on a different version of trade ideas, that's all. But just to the left of the anchor, you should see what I call the indicator icon. Okay. And then when you left click on it, when you left click on that icon, see trade TI wave shows up. So Estrella, why was UCAR one of the stocks you showed? Because it was down 5 days in a row. Yeah, it's having a good day today. We're day trading, so whether a stock, I don't care if a stock is down 100 days in a row, if it's having a big day today, the software will pick it up. And that's, this software, this race picked up UCAR. Down here, it picked up UCAR. Well, I'd like to help you. If you see the anchor, I mean, it's you either see this indicator here to the left of the anchor. When you hover over it, it's hard because when you hover over it, it'll say indicators that the hand is covering it up. Okay, or depending on the version of trade ideas you're on, it may say FX. Might say FX. If it says FX, that's okay. You can click on that and TI wave will pop up also. And then you just click on TI wave and that'll enact the wave. Okay. So Estrella, just because the stock was down 5 days in a row or 10 days in a row, it doesn't mean, today could be a day that it's having a great day, whether it's, so I'm not quite understanding what your question is. All right, guys. Well, it's 11:55, so I will be taking a break pretty soon. Let me get the YouTube link in. So you guys head over, listen to Chris if you want. He'll be there in about 5 minutes. No, it had no bearing on whether the stock was down 5 days in a row or 3 days in a row. It could have been up 5 days in a row. It could have still picked it up. Okay, Estrella, I had no, this is had no bearing on it whatsoever. I didn't have a scan that said, okay, show me stocks that were down 5 days in a row and now are moving higher. I mean, you can build scans like that, but I didn't. It's just coincidental. But the stock could have been up 5 days in a row and still was moving higher today. So is it possible, Pepe, that he's on some version that doesn't have use browser interface? As I mean, maybe he's on a version of Trade Ideas that is so far back that when he right clicks on a chart, use browser interface isn't even an option because he's showing this again. And so when you right click on a chart, do you not have that option? Amber, when you right click on a chart, does use browser interface not appear as one of the options? Way at the bottom here. If that's the case, then you have to upgrade your trade ideas. It does. Well, then when you click on it, when you click on it, I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible, but this you should not get these icons anymore. These are the icons. These are the icons that I'm just, you've got the heart, you've got the clock, you've got all these. These are the icons you see when you're using what we call the legacy chart. The minute you right click and click on use browser interface, the icon should turn to this. Should not. It shouldn't matter what, as long as he's got that use browser interface as an option. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to put my announcement up here because I will be taking off pretty soon for about an hour. Okay. So really, Estrella, was your question was you meant to say, did the system pick it up because it was down 5 days in a row and now it's up? No, it's just a coincidence that that's I'm talking to Estrella in the YouTube room. It just happened to be down 5 days and now it's up today. But you can create a filter like that. You can create a scan like that. Show stocks that are down 5 days in a row and now up today, things like that. But that's was not the case for the UCAR. Muddy Waters out with SRAD. Okay, on SRAD. Okay, let's take a look what's happening with SRAD. No big effect yet. No big effect. Not yet anyway, unless it was started up here. Ties to crime, though. Wow, that's a. You better be pretty darn sure. Oh, I see. A repeat of a past post. Okay. Amber, you may want to go over to YouTube. Okay, I put the YouTube link in. Chris will be there in momentarily. Okay, and maybe he can help you. And I hear a little pop, so that means Mr. Varley's in our YouTube room. So, guys, I'll take my break. I'll take my break now, and we'll see you guys in about 1 hour. I'm muting myself now. And Mr. Varley, don't say it, Chris. Don't say it.
I won't.
I thought I had disabled myself from that nonsense, but
ha. You probably did, but you know what?
Yeah,
can't disable it from my memory.
Yeah, Okay, Chris. Thank you very much, though. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. And
of course.
We'll see you in about an hour from now.
Sounds good. We'll see you then, Barry.
Okay, bye.
Bye. All right, everybody. Barry making his way to his break. Let me swap the screen to me. There we go. Very good, very good. And a happy Monday to you all. As per usual, we do this as an open forum. I do not have any pre-done content. Rely on you folks, drive the content of this with your questions. in the event that no one has any questions, as per usual, I'll do my darndest to keep this engaging and informative. I will threaten, though, that if these continue to go with almost no questions, we'll probably start to find better use of my time in that regard as far as a company, instead of me kind of sitting here and dancing around a dead audience. Anyways, with that said, the floor is open. And Daryl, how are you? Good to see you. I have no idea on CMPX. I mean, I can pull up a chart, but I don't really have any. Yeah, I wouldn't know what to say to this. Sorry, it's down 60%. So sure, I don't. Is it oversold? I'm sure if you pulled up RSI, it's going to show it's oversold on some different. Some different levels there, but the market and stocks can remain oversold longer than most people can remain solvent or rational. Or irrational, I should say. So, I don't really have any insight on it outside of I wouldn't go near it. If someone handed me $1 million and said, trade any stock you wanted, this would be at the bottom of the list of any stock I'd consider. Obviously there's a reason why it gapped down major like that. For all we know, it's headed for bankruptcy. So sorry, I just don't have any insight on it other than, technically speaking, by RSI standards, sure, it's definitely oversold. So again, anybody with questions, please get those in for me. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. So no questions coming in. Fair enough. Oh, let's see here. Go with, I don't know, what are we going to look at, I guess? So, all right, let's go through. The most current version that you could be on, go to help and about. Hold on, sorry. I should do that on a screen. You could actually see. My apologies. Help and about. And look here. It should say version 5.8.10. That is our current public beta. 5.6 0.104 is our current production version. As long as you're on one of those two, you do have TradeWave access. It just differentiates how it's going to be accessed. So if you tell me what version you're on, I will walk you through the TradeWave. If you're not on either one of those versions I mentioned, you can find them both here. I recommend the beta. Let me get you the link for that. I recommend the beta. And once you're on that, we can walk through how to get to the TI wave. Stock VS. I'm going to guess you're looking at it on an intraday basis because it's down 99.14% over the last 5 years. So it's likely headed for some kind of not good situation. Outside of that, it looks like some event happened during the day here, caused a whole bunch of volume to come flooding in and then flooding out. So it looks like it made a move and it's all done. So either a news event happened or some unscrupulous set of individuals in a room decided to run it up for whatever reason to get attention on it and then pull the ripcord. That would be my 2 cents on that stock, but I would imagine that it's all done for the day unless there was some big news. And if there was, I don't know it, nor do I don't have any news access. I don't use the news for anything. I use the news if I want to be depressed. If I was to set up my charts on trade ideas, especially if I'm day trading, what would I suggest? I would suggest the time frames that you like the best. That's what I would suggest. There's no best time frame, right? It's all subjective to what works for you from your own testing and learning and experimenting. When I was a day trader, which I'm not anymore, I like 5 and 15-minute charts personally. I leave a 5-minute chart up just because of when I'm streaming, but I don't use a 5-minute chart for anything anymore other than I just have it here as a display. I use 60-minute daily and weekly charts. So my suggestion is, figure out what works for you. I could tell you, 1 minute through 15-minute are all popular time frames. I wouldn't say one is more popular than the other necessarily, at least in my experience. So depending on what indicators you like to use, how those react on the chart time frames, those are the kinds of things that I'd be looking at for what time frames you might want to use. Can I repeat the versions we should be on once again? Yes, you should be on either. Hold on, let's pull this back over. So if you go to help and about, that will tell you what you are on. 5.8.1.0 is the latest beta version. That's what I would personally recommend. But the most recent production version is 5.6.104 is the latest production version. Nothing wrong with the production version. Just going to lack, I don't even know what, to be honest. Probably some money machine functionality or something like that. For my own troubleshooting purposes of folks, it's always best if I'm on the same version as they are on. And since I'm on the public beta, that's what I would encourage folks to be on as well. Hi, can you clarify the setting of scanner that shows a stock increasing in price slowly over minutes with volume? There's no one setting for this, and I don't think there's anything necessarily for slowly. You can't. You don't have a way to. We don't have a way to show it like that. But let's pull out a configure window here. And you can show price changing with change in X amount of time in dollars or percents here. 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute, 15, 30, and 60 minutes. I think it was a 120. Yeah, 120, all in percent and dollars. So you can see what the change over those time frames are, or you can ask for the scan to look for changes minimum and or maximum over those time frames. You can't break it down any more than that to say don't increase more than X amount in the last 10 seconds or, something like that, for example. So that's, one place as far as the price increasing over time. And then volume on the intraday side of things. Get this up. 1, 5, 10, 15, and 30-minute volume percents. They use 10-day averages. So 100, it's doing its normal amount. 200 is doing 2 times, 300 3 times, 400 4 times. So you can just look for stocks that are doing these things, right? With no way to say, all right, 1 minute ago it increased this much. 2 minutes ago it was this much. 3 minutes ago it's by this much. So you have to, pick within here and where the stock is currently at. That's how you'd have to do that on those items. And again, no way to say over this current minute it increased slowly or it increased quickly. It's just here during this minute, or it's there during this minute. The only indicators I have is SMA 10 close and VWAP. I have it set up at 15 minutes. Do you suggest 1 minute versus 15 minutes? I don't make a suggestion on timeframes anybody should use. My suggestion is scan, paper trade, experiment on the different timeframes and see what works well for you and what doesn't work well for you. Journal what you do. I traded this stock, and this stock on a 1 minute time frame with these indicators. This is what happened in those trades. I traded these stocks on these indicators on 5 minute time frames, and these ones on 10 minute time frames, and these ones on 15 minute time frames. And then that should start to give you a picture of, I did well on these ones, I didn't do well on these ones, I did well on these ones, but I did better on these ones. And then try to look over why you did better or worse on any of them, right? That's what I would suggest. I would also suggest, what kind of person are you? For me, I don't like to have to make decisions quickly like that when it comes to my money. I want to take my time. I don't want to be rushed. I don't want to be hanging on every single tick that a stock makes. When you're day trading and, you're trying to, make moves, and depending on how you're working your stops on these things like that, for me, it always worked out. I had to take larger share size that I was comfortable with. And when the stock moved against me, it moved against me too much. And I felt like when it moved for me, it didn't move for me enough. And so my personality was not good for day trading. Boom, done, goodbye. It was just like that for me. I found with swing trading, I could take much smaller share size. I could have my stops deeper, and I could let my winners run better, and that was after, taking many paper trades and assessing what stocks, what types of setups I want to see. I entered stock XYZ based on these things. I entered stock ABC based on this. I entered stock SUV on this. I entered stock, XRT on this. I'm just making up ticker names. They're not real stocks. And I journaled all the trading that I was doing for a very long time, hand wrote it out. So I had to be focused and, really dialed in on it. And I started looking at, all right, these things worked. These things didn't work. Let's start figuring out the stuff that doesn't work and eliminating it. Let's start figuring out the stuff that does work and making sure we see and get more of it. And that's how I formulated my own trading plan like that. And so that's what my encouragement, that's what my suggestion would be to you. It's not an overnight process. It's, for most people, it could be a year-long process, to be honest. It just really depends. If you're foolish like me and you try to keep fitting a square peg into a round hole like I kept doing, it'll be a multi-year process. If you're quicker about it, you're vigilant about it, you're really taking the notes, you're really putting the work in, you could see several months and start to see some results on a direction where you think, all right, you know what? This time frame is the one that really works best for me with these indicators type of thing. Yeah, no, I completely understand that idea behind it. And the setting up of trade ideas is, less about your chart and more about the data you have coming in, right? What kind of scanning are you doing? How are you building your scans? Why are you building them like that? Things of that nature. Obviously for me, when I'm building out a scan, I'm not going to be using intraday stuff because I'm not looking at intraday things as far as my trading goes. I'm looking at what's relevant to me. So, on the day trading side of things, let's pull out a configure again here. Pardon me, alert window. I'm not looking at these change filters. I don't have any relevancy in my trading to any of these things like that when it comes to those. I'm looking at more like, I'm looking at these longer term position and ranges here kind of thing for me. That's the kind of stuff that I'm looking at, really. I'm looking at some volume, but I'm looking at, daily total volumes because I want to find stocks that are liquid, stuff like that. If you were looking for stocks that have been liquid or continue to be liquid, you may consider some of the average daily volume filters. You just have to remember that if a stock is having its day today, but it normally doesn't trade much, these kinds of average filters may not be right because they would hold off certain stocks, things of that nature. So that's, the real key is there's two components to this. The trader component is who are you as a trader? The trade ideas component is how do you leverage the software to who you are as a trader? But it's hard to leverage the software when you're not sure who you are as a trader at that point. Now, one of the things you can do with the software to help you discover who you are as a trader is build out a few scans, build them in a few different ways. You could do some similar stuff, but make some adjustments with it. I'm going to build this scan based on, 1 minute volume and 1 minute change. I'm going to build another scan based on, 15-minute change and 5-minute volume, for example. And let me see what the alerts come through and what they look like and how do they look on the charts. And, how does this quote speak to me on the charts for what I'm looking at and what I'm looking to do. Can you share your routine and your key indicators, like your chart setup? First, my routine is I mostly go through this scan here, either very early mornings or in the evenings. Sorry, I want to change my color. I don't like the blue. I prefer the bright pink. Do the early mornings or sometime in the evening after the market closes. And I just go stock by stock by stock to see if any of them meet any of my criteria for trading. Then I put them on a short list and I kind of monitor and follow them for day 2, 3, 4, 5. And I stalk them, waiting to see if they give me an opportune entry for myself. As far as my charts go, I'm looking at a daily chart here and I'm looking at the 60-minute chart. That's all that I'm really concerned about. Like I said before, the 5-minute charts are there just to display from when I'm live streaming like this, just to fill some space up on it. That's really it. I'm probably the most simplistic user of trade ideas that's out there. I have done all the complicated stuff. I don't need it anymore. I don't want it anymore. I'm just very, I'm very set in what I'm doing at this point as far as that goes. I don't pay attention to any news. I painstakingly avoid all news at all costs. If that matters to anybody. As I mentioned at the beginning of this, the only thing I would use the news for is if I wanted to be depressed, I'd turn on the news. Or if I wanted to be misinformed, either one works. So that's where I'm living with that. Now I can go over the scan here, of course, come into the configure and what I'm looking for. And I'm looking for stocks that are $11 or more. They got a relative volume of 1 or more. And they've traded at least 750,000 shares on the day. I could probably increase this to like 1.5 million at this point. 750,000 at the end of a trading day is no longer enough for me to consider a stock. I want to see if they're 75% above the low of their 20-day range. And I want to see that they're 75% above the low of their current day's range. So I want to see stocks that over 20 days, they've made a move up. And today they're closing on the stronger end of their their spectrum, essentially, trying to find that momentum to continue on into and through the future, essentially. Now it's going to line me up with some stocks that look like this. Hold on, let me resort this so I can show. Oops, this is what I want to do. There we go. I'm going to find some stocks that look like this that I'm going to have no interest in whatsoever for the day. Take your time, charts. Don't worry. Not like I'm presenting anything. Like I'm not looking to chase something that's up this much into tomorrow. That just doesn't make any sense for me. So I'm going to get stocks that look like that because they do meet my criteria. And then I'm likely to get stocks that'll probably look like this here. Not probably, that will look like this here. And, this isn't much of an interest to me the way it's kind of floundering around throughout the day right now. That's just me. Doesn't mean it's right or wrong, just my own personal preference. On my chart here, on the 60-minute chart, I have a VWAP and an 8 EMA. I do not use either one of them anymore. They're just there. I don't care about them. They mean nothing to me. They're just on my chart. On my daily chart, I use a period low of 20. So it's obviously daily is the period. And that's not what I want to do back. And I'm using this multi-period low here, this multi-period low. So I want to look at this. I think of it as kind of almost climbing steps sometimes. Let's see if I can find a good example of the climbing the steps. SPY usually helps me out. It's going to be better for descending steps. So if we look here on this, we can see like these descending steps, and it helps me determine kind of a direction the stock is moving and the momentum of that. And then, I like to look at the distance between its low period over the last 20 days and where it currently is. If there's a massive difference between those, I'm not trading it. I'm considering it either a chase or the risk levels are too much for me to consider at that point for the most part. There are some exceptions, but, don't have any specific examples. On the flip side of it, when I've got these nice steps moving up, I like to see that. When I see things start to flatten out, I don't like that so much. I do want to see the steps continuing to do some kind of moving up without the price massively separated off. So those are the big ones for me. From there, I start to look at just eye pivot levels, essentially. I'm just looking at the SPY chart right now. If I was to eye pivot level, personally, 700 is huge. As we could see here, couldn't get through it. There's that 700 level, and then came selling off of it and then crashed right through it. Couldn't get back down to it, couldn't get back down and through it, and bounced off of it. So what we had before as prior resistance has now become current support. That's the kind of stuff I like to see, along with a combination of that 20-day period low. So that's the kind of stuff that I'm looking at there, Amber. Hey, I need help setting up my money machine. I emailed and they said that here on the live, you'll be able to help since I don't have successful money machine. I can't help you be successful with it. I can tell you how it functions and how it works, but building a scan, that's not, building a quote scan that works. That's something that's going to be on the user's responsibility. We don't have the pre-made scans to just make money. All the scans are idea generation and things like that. So if you have specific questions on the functionality of it, I'm more than happy to help you with that. How you get a scan into it, how you set it up as far as the risk management of it goes and the timeouts. And, are you using the wave? Are you using price alerts? Are you using races? Are you using the trailing stop and the ranking system? All those things in the, let me pull up money machine setup. All this stuff in here, I can help you with that and what it means and how they work. But as far as a scan that you're just going to turn on and make money, that's your responsibility. That's the user responsibility. So give me some direction as far as what you're looking for on the money machine. Are you looking to just use a top list window or tree map? Same thing to me. Are you looking to put a race in there? These kinds of things like that. If you can give me a direction that you're looking to go, because otherwise I could spend forever just going over from the blankest of blanks on this. You know, we could be here with the money machine settings, we could be here for a month, literally going over this. And that still might not be enough time to cover everything with the money machine. So if you can give me some direction on what you're specifically looking for out of all the settings in here and the things that can be done. No, the races were from when I was day trading. I leave them there on days that I'm not live streaming. They're not here. I don't open them when I'm not going to stream. On days that I stream, they're there. They were day trading scans that I used for a while, and eventually I just decided that day trading wasn't for me. Let's start with strategy. So if you're going to make your own strategy, this is how I would personally do it. I would come to new, top list window. Let me do that again. Sorry, I went too fast. New, up here on the menu bar. I'd come to top list window. You get the configure here. Now your configure likely is going to have a bunch of default settings in there. I've set it up so my default has no settings. And I'd start to look for things that I want to see. So for example, we could start with price. I'll add that filter. And I'll say, all right, I want stocks between, I'm just going to make this up as I go along, $5 and $100. And then I'll come back here and I'll say, well, I want something with volume. So I'll search volume. And let's say volume and shares for today. And I'm going to add that filter. And I want to say, I want to see at least 1.5 million shares traded. Is that 1.5 million? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. No, that's 15. Then I'll come back here and I'll say, I want to see stocks that are, I'm doing this based on, because I have an in-depth knowledge of the things that are here. For anyone building a scan for the first time, you're going to have to go through data points. You're going to have to see what you want, right? Search things out. If you type it in the search terms, if we have it, it'll come back to you. So for example, if I wanted some kind of RSI, right? And I want to see stocks over the last 15 minutes, their RSI is 60. Got to be at least 60 in the last, for the 15-minute RSI. And then let's find something else to add to here. I want to see stocks change. I want to see stocks that from the close. I want to see stocks that are up from the prior close on a percent. I'm going to add that filter, and they got to be up at least 2% from the prior close. And so let's just pretend that that's the scan that I wanted. I built it out. I'm going to name it here. Testing money machine. I'm going to press OK. And here it is. There's my scan, right? Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to right click and collaborate. Nope, that's not collaborate. Right click and collaborate down here. We're going to get this collaboration string. I'm going to copy all. And I'm going to come into the money machine settings here. And oh, gee whiz, how do we do this again? There we go. So I'm going to select any of these. I'm going to select whatever I want here on the profiles. Doesn't matter what you select. Select a profile. Then the 3 dots to the right of the strategy, go to paste collaborate. You can see the strategies in there. And then I can save it as a new profile if I wanted to update the name of it here. New money machine test. I'm going to save as a new profile. And there we go. There it is. New money machine test. Testing money machine is a strategy. All right. And then I got to select the account. So I'm going to use PTI paper trading account. I have a bunch of paper trading accounts here that I've created, but I'm just going to select that. Next, we'll decide the filter that we want to use this on, right? What filter or do we want at the top, moving things along here for us? And so, if I wanted whatever filter I want, I can search it. Relative volume, for example, I'm going to pick relative volume just for funsies. Next, what's the max amount of positions I could get in? And off the start of the scan, what number of positions do I want to get in if they're there? So I could say I want to be in a total no more than 5 positions at once, but start me off with a maximum of 3, and we can add to the 2 maximum afterwards. My minimum and maximum price are in there. My minimum volume's in there already. Those are there from my creation of that scan. Here I decide, how many shares do I want to take? Or if I want to make it in dollars instead, I'm going to keep it to shares. We'll leave that there like that. My trade direction is long unless I decide. Market is your only order type, so you don't have to worry about that. And then, manual exit, reentry, timeout minutes. This is basically saying how many minutes do we have to wait till we get back in a position that was manually exited. So if I just decide I'm killing a position and it's not working, I'm out, it will not get me back into that same position for at least X amount of time that I decide there. Now we decide our exit, right? Do we want to use the TI wave for my entries and exits? Or do I want to use the ranks essentially? So, that's entirely up to us. I could TI wave it or not TI wave it. If we don't use any of those checks, we come to stops and exits and we can see the rank and trailing stop options that are in here. Little tool tips that describe what each one of these does. There's a whole bunch of them. So for example, my trailing stop will be activated once I'm up 5%. My initial regular stop is at 3%. We tighten stops every time we move up 0.5%. And we'll continue to tighten it until I'm up only 2% essentially. So those are the basic ins and outs. So if I save that as a profile here and we kind of just let it go, there's the evaluation time. So we can just have this all blank if we don't want it doing evaluating. Essentially what it's going to do is, if we want to avoid time decay, meaning I don't want to be stuck in positions that haven't done anything for a while. This is a way for the money machine to say, hey, these stocks you're in, they haven't been doing anything. Do you still want to stay in them, or you want to reduce some positions here so we can get cash allocated to new positions essentially? So that's what that's all doing there. So again, I'm going to save this profile like that. And if I press OK, bang. That did not, there it goes. Okay. So only one stock is meeting all what I'm trying to do with that strategy right now. It got me into XE right there. Sorry, I like to move this around. I don't like that view. There we go. That's a much nicer view for me. And we can see, because this is 999% up, it's not showing these other stocks down here. So that's quite unfortunate. I wonder what happens if I pull this out. Can I ever get to see the other stocks? No, I know they're there because I can see that nonsense. But here are the other stocks. That has got me into SGMT, HTCO. I already had a paper position in Apple for whatever reason. And so we could see what's going on with these here with the money machine. And if they fall to whatever percent down based on everything I did, they're going to exit. You can see my stop losses here based on all that. And, I'm not up enough, so no trailing stops have triggered at this point. And so that's what I'm looking at for all those items right there. The money machine's in a paper mode only right now. I highly encourage experimenting with it as much as you can, because that is the best way to learn. Obviously, asking questions here along the way. You don't want to just, random experiments aren't great, obviously. But as you start to come to an idea of what you want to scan for with it, and you have an understanding of the different tooltips that are in here for your different order entry settings and exit settings, right? You can start to formulate, all right, I like this. I want to see these kinds of trailing stops. I want to see this kind of rank, and so on and so forth. Sorry, let me catch up here. It's a strategy. You can't give the AI a list of anything. The AI is what it is. And if you're using the money machine with the AI, it's not awesome. I'll explain why. Hold on, let me stop the money machine. What happens here with the Holly signals is, notice how we've got a short signal here for Holly, right? Our trade direction is long only. There's no way to make this short a short via the money machine. And if you were to go short and you've got all a bunch of longs, same thing. So it's not really set up for it. You could do it. I don't know what the, negative impact that's going to be for you when you're trying to go long something that went short. Although I've seen plenty of short calls get flipped on their head anyways, but there's no way to predict that. So just to circle back on that. Cool, I'm following, but I don't see the save scan. I'm not sure what you mean by see the save scan. The TI wave is this. Let's look at Apple here. Eventually my chart will load someday. So you see these little B's and S's, you're going to be using those essentially to get in. And then you can see the settings of it here based on the band. So let's use TI wave. And so you decide which time frame are you using the wave on, 5 minute, 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 10 minutes, so on and so forth. Do you want to get into the stock on a close above the wave? Close above the top of the wave. You want to do it on a close above the bottom of the wave. That's this here. When the stock is a certain amount up past the wave, do you not want to be entering to chase? If the bands are really tight together, do you not want to get in so you're not getting chopped up, because all of a sudden, your wave is just doing this and there's no direction and now you're just getting chopped up and the wave is real tight. And then for your exits, how do you want to exit? Do you want to exit based on a close below the top of the wave? Do you want to exit below the top of the wave, or a close below the bottom of the wave here? And then there's the re-entry timeout, meaning that once you get out of a stock, you want to wait X amount of time before you could get back in that stock, essentially. Yeah, there's no right click save on the wave or anything on the money machine. What's saved is, when you do anything up here, sorry, I want to get rid of all my drawings. When you do anything up here, you'll save it as a new profile or just save it over the current profile of what you were doing. And then anytime you do anything to your Trade Ideas layout, two options here on the saving, especially on the Brokerage Plus side for saving: File, Save Layout, and then save it as your default _ layout here. And then the next time you start Trade Ideas, whatever changes you made will be there the next time you start Trade Ideas. And that's your startup layout, is your default layout. Especially if you change anything in Brokerage Plus or Money Machine related, please save it to your default layout. There's also, of course, saving to the cloud, File, Save or Share to Cloud. You're going to click Entire Layout there. You will name the layout here, and then you will save it. And then that will be up in your cloud, File, Load from Cloud. And it'll be up here till you choose to delete it. I recommend also, as a sidebar here with saving, save everything to the cloud. Save any layouts. If you got multiple layouts, save them all to the cloud for backup. It's not a bad idea to save individual scans to the cloud. To save an individual scan, you just right click the scan, save or share to cloud, save it, boom, done. So you just have multiple backups of your stuff. And if, something, God forbid, you're using Trade Ideas and there's a terrible electric storm outside and your house gets fried from lightning and your computer, your motherboard, your hard drive, whatever, that all gets fried. Anything local is likely going to be lost. Any local saves are likely to be lost, but anything in the cloud will be safe for you and you'll be good to go in that regard. So just my 2 cents there on the saving. And a good way to protect yourself, essentially. So I think I've covered all the things that have come into me to this point. If there's something I missed, sorry, I'm scrolling back through to make sure I've touched on all these things. If there's something I've missed, please repost it. Or if I didn't cover something in enough detail or you're still unclear about something, don't be shy. Get it back in there and we'll keep plugging at it till we make sure you're feeling comfortable about it. I go VJ. VJ, as I shared before, just what the AI puts out. There's no way to alter. You can't feed the AI stocks. So if you wanted the money machine to just look at your own stocks, you'd create a scan. You'd create your scan, and then and then you'd create a symbols list, tools, symbols list. You create new list and create the list and add the stocks you want there. And you could tell a scan through the symbols list function on that tab. You could add the list and say, all right, scan, only look at the stocks that I tell you to look at. Only look at the stocks on these lists here. And that's it. But you can't do that with the AI. The AI is the AI, and that's all you get. What do the colors on my chart mean? Well, green candles are up candles, red candles are down candles. I'm not sure, if you're talking about the TI wave here, that orange just means it's found itself in a downtrend after a cross of the wave. And the blue is it's found itself now in an uptrend after a cross up to the wave. These are volume bars down here. The green volume bar indicates that it was a green candle, and the red volume bar means that it was a red candle. I do not use VWAP. Yep, I'm not a VWAP person. I guess I kind of casually look at it here and there. I don't make any decisions based on the VWAP though. I've got it, on my single stock window. I do not have it on my daily chart, which is where most of my analysis comes from. So again, right click, get your collaborate from the scan you made, copy that, come into the settings here, click on the three dots and paste the collaborate like that. And I'll just paste the strategy in there and then save it. If you use the VJ, if you use the TI wave, you get, you'll see what it says on the charts. It's, all stuff in the past. If you keep the chart up, you'll, see anything that changes currently, but there's nowhere to input for a analysis of your stock, buy or sell or something like that. Holly scans the whole market. When a stock meets its criteria, you get the alert with a suggested stop, and that's it. Holly's a completely closed system, though. There's no editing or changing or adding or subtracting or anything else with Holly. You open it and you get what you get. Outside of, you can change columns for data points here that you can see. But at the big core of Holly for what people are looking for is you get, it says entry time. I prefer to call it an alert time. You get the symbol, the price, and a stop price. And I think those are the big keys for anybody. Those are the big things that people want. Everything else is more subjective to any individual, what they're looking for. But again, if you were to click through a list of stocks on any scan, you could see what the trade wave looks like. If you're looking for, essentially what the trade wave's doing is it's trying to find stocks trending in a direction or with a change in trend, right? So for example, here, we can see back here, we'd been blue, right? And as it started to move down, we got a cross down, and now the change in direction indicates down with the, orange. But then we can see it starts to snap back and forth here, and it gives you no real clear direction. It just goes blue, orange, blue, orange, blue, orange for breaking down back in an orange. As it starts to move up again, right? It never really gets back to blue again until here. And again, the blue is short-lived to come back into orange. And we start to get a move up again, and the B's stand for buys and the S's stand for sells. They're not to be blindly followed. This isn't, making a financial recommendations. The idea is simply trying to find stocks changing direction as early as we can. And then from there, we have to figure how sustained do we think this change in direction may or may not be, essentially. And so for now, this is going to continue to be in a blue wave until something happens to change that, moving it in a down direction, at which point it will change. I have a video on the trade wave. You don't have to watch it now. I'm going to share it with you and something you could, watch later because we're live here now. But, something if you want to in your own time, of course, you go back over a little bit more, some details that I cover there. Essentially what the trade wave is, bear with me. So what you've got here with the trade wave, if we scroll down to the second cloud, because that's really more important of what that's doing. Come on. You have a 5 and a 12 EMA. And when they make a cross, you get the buys and the sells, essentially. And then as they spread out more, the cloud will widen out, indicating momentum is increasing. And as the cloud starts to collapse on itself, momentum is decreasing. And so this is a tool that you can use to identify changes of trends and the strength in that trend. And just know that all indicators, literally every indicator ever is made up of two things: price and volume. That's all every technical indicator that you will ever come across is made out of, is price and volume at its core. And every indicator lags price. Price is the only indicator in real time. Now, some indicators lag price less than others. So for example, a 5 EMA is going to be keeping up with price real close. 12 EMA will be keeping up with price less. 20 EMA, even less. 100 EMA, even more or less, right? And the idea behind EMAs and SMAs, right, is that you could use faster EMAs to find changes, but will the changes be sustained? You could use slower EMAs to try to see it unfold a little slower, but will it be too slow? There's no right or wrong answers on all of these things. They just are. So hopefully that clarifies some of that, and hopefully you were able to get that collab link working. Please update me on that if you were. If there's any questions on any of the stuff we just went over, don't be shy, folks. Fly those in. We got a few minutes here before Barry's all wrapped up with his break. So you use red and green and you look at other factors elsewhere. Well, that's just standard candlestick charting as red and green like that. Although if you were to come to the, if you were with the CMT association or whatever, they're going to tell you hollow candles and black candles, I believe. That red and, green and red aren't really it. Like if you're taking CMT exams and stuff like that, we won't get into all that stuff. I'm simply looking at price, volume, and resistance and support levels for my own stuff. So how do you create a new strategy? We went over that before, right? New top list window, right? And we built that whole top list window. Remember how we did all that part of all that? And then I essentially created this top list window here. And then I collaborated it after I created it. I collaborated that into the money machine here. That's how you create the money machine strategy. I also have a set of videos that I did. It's going to cover the basics of the money machine here and a lot of what I just went over. Let me get you those videos. Sorry, I'm looking for those videos. So all of what I just covered and a bit more is covered in the videos on that link there as well. Now, as far as my own discretionary trading goes, just real quick, I will share, bear with me here. I'll go through a few charts on my evening scan right now, and we'll take a look at those, and I'll give you some yays or nays on the charts in regard to, if I would even consider the stock or not, essentially. Bear with me. Clean up my screen here. All right. So let's go through some of these stocks here real quick, and if I even think about them. All right. I'm going to get rid of this browser chart just because it's slowing me down a lot. I'm switching charts right now. So AKAN, I have no interest in that stock. I don't really have any interest in this. No interest in this. Again, let me share why I don't have interest in some of these. Look at this. It's just in a downtrend right now. It hasn't proven to me that it's back in an uptrend. And sure, while it's up from that bottom, there's nothing about that chart that I like. I like that it left my screen. pretty much the same thing here. There's nothing convincing to me to say, hey, look at this stock in an uptrend. It's, just no. Same thing here. I mean, you got a stock that it was running sideways all this time. It sold off, and now it's back up to resistance, right? It's just back into this resistance area. Just nothing that I like about that. Pen. Just too much resistance, too sloppy. Again, you've got this area here that's got to come through, and it's got this area in here that looks like it could be trouble afterwards. There's just no, you know what I mean? And where am I coming from here? Let's just pretend if I wanted to enter here, where's my stop all the way back down here all these days later? Do I really want $3.50 stop for a potential of $2? Like, I need to see something where I feel like I can make $2 to every $1 I'm risking, essentially, at least. Find something that's going to make sense. Got to be a chart out there. No, sorry. I recognize a lot of these tickers, and I just know they're not anything I'll be interested in. CNC, that might be. Nope. Cart. Nope. 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 Kind of here, and I hear Barry now.
Yeah, I was going to say, if we're all a bunch of nopes, what sort of a scan is that?
Well, I like to look at a lot of charts because I have nothing else to do with my time. Like VTR, kind of, sort of, we're near a lifetime high here. It's going to have earnings behind it after today.
Right.
And so, if we could get through this area right here where it's had some struggles, it's, mostly blue sky above that right there. And this looks like an area down here to me that I would like to play the blue sky unlimited move up versus that small move down. So at least I give you one yes and a reason behind the yes.
And I was just kidding.
Yes, of course.
I'm just kidding.
And do I deal with ETFs? I don't think I've ever traded an ETF in my life. Not that I wouldn't, but I would have to make a really compelling case as a chart. And I want to see stocks that look like they can move some. I don't want to get into a stock that it took 3 months to go, $3. I want to see a stock that can maybe move $3 in a week or two. That seems reasonable. With ETFs, you're not going to find that a lot of times. Right, Barry?
Yes. Lost in thought. You're right. Whatever you said, yes.
You and me both.
All right, Chris. Well, it's 1 o'clock, so you probably have to take off to go to a very important meeting. So
I wouldn't call any of them very important.
Oh, no, Chris. No.
I've stopped my screen sharing all the same.
All right, I'll take over. Yes, I'm over. All right, Chris, thank you very much. Now, what's your plan for this week? Are you doing double duty or is somebody else doing the double duty?
No, I believe it'll be Steve this week on the double duty, if I'm not mistaken. I did last week, Andy the week before. I think that's the way it is in the rotation right now. Of course, if one of them had something going on, I'd be more than fine taking it over for them and helping out.
Sounds good, my friend. Okay, well, if we don't see you this week, we'll see you next week.
All right, Barry, you have a wonderful rest of your Monday.
I will. Thank you.
You got it. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
All right, guys, I am now back in both rooms. Let me get my music going. Go to the announcement. Yeah. Now, why couldn't have CPRX popped when I was still in the trade? My goodness, I was just starting my break when I saw this, and I was 11:58, and I said, "Oh my gosh!" But I was not in it anymore, unfortunately. Now, granted, the very next 2-minute chart. Look at this. But there's no question I would have got out most of it at the top had I still been in this. So I guess there's some kind of a report suggesting a buyout by some Italian. I think that's what William said. Italian drug maker Angelini Pharma is exploring a potential acquisition. But I was not in the trade at the time, so I could not partake. But yeah, pretty interesting. VITL pops on a newsletter mention. Okay. VITL popping on a newsletter mention. Traders circulate. Stock picked by popular retail trader newsletter. Who was it, William? Who was that very popular retail newsletter writer? Or you don't have to mention if you don't want to. No clue? Okay. So that went from 12.54 up to 30. I mean, it was a big, 50-cent move. Wasn't a crazy, crazy move. And now we're starting to fall. Well, I've got my bouncers toppers here, and these are all potential bounce plays. But boy, oh boy, I mean, they're just look at AT&T, AT&T just straight down. Definitely not a strong sector. Let's take a look at the communication sector, XLC. See what's going on. Having a bit of lag on my daily weekly chart here, guys. Did you hold on, William? Did you hold on? If you had held on, would you be in this room today? Hmm. Are you guys seeing any slowdown in your charts? My intraday charts are fine. Okay, maybe it was just a brief blip. No, a little lag on the weekly and the daily, not the monthly. Kind of crazy. Yeah, I'm getting a lag, and no lag intraday whatsoever. Hmm. Yeah, it's very interesting. I'm having, I don't know anybody else having lags on their daily and weekly charts. Now I'm wondering, I'm in the dock. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take it out of the dock or just duplicate it into a free floating window. I want to see if it's the dock. Yep. Hmm. Might be the end of docking for me, guys. Yeah. So you see, I took the chart out of the dock, and there's velo right away, daily and weekly, taking forever to change. Interesting. That's just started. Hmm. And it's strange. It's not on a monthly chart, just the weekly and the daily. Hmm. It's interesting. It's this chart right here. It's got nothing to do with the time frame right now. I'm sort of talking to myself, so there's something going on right here. Now, you know what I can do? I can dump this one. Hmm. All right, guys. Well, let's solve that. Must have been some corruption in the charts or something like that. So I just that's why I save everything. I just brought it back as the other one, and the only thing I want to do is get rid of this. UBXG. Okay. I haven't seen that one all day. UBXG. Yeah. One of my favorite things that can happen intraday in the market is when a company does a financing, and that says a four and well, it's a cheap stock. Well, that's usually it's a cheap stock that does it. Yeah, $4.5 million raising at 30 cents a share. We're at 88 cents right now. Am I reading that right? 30 cents a share, and the stock's sitting at 88 cents, and it's halted on the way down. Think they've done a few reverse splits. UBXG, the 200-day moving average we have at, oh, I thought it said 2000 and 15. I thought it was, that's $2.15. Okay. So UBXG just came out of the halt, and wow, getting closer to that 30 cents, guys. And it's going to get halted again, pretty sure. Yep. Going to get closer and closer to that 30-cent financing. And unbelievably, there were shares available from Interactive Brokers. So, Obi, I will be leaving in about 45 minutes. I don't know if you want to keep the room open. I know William does not want to do that anymore. So, I don't know if you want to keep the room open afterwards. Just let me know before I take off. Otherwise, I'll shut the room down when I leave. 23 cents. Wow. Okay. Thank you, Obi. Okay. So, Obi, so when I leave, sometime between 2 and 2:30, Obi will keep the room open till 3. Thank you, Obi. Keep an eye on this Pang, guys. It's holding at the 29 level. Okay. Had a big day on Friday. Yeah, it's had a little bit of fall off today, from the close of Friday, of course. Closed right at the high, but it's trying to hold 29. And the VWAP is up here at 30. So there is a lot of room if it holds 29. I'm going to put a price alert maybe around 29.11 and just see if it gets up to that area. It does. I may have to take the trade. I'm talking about the PENG. All right, guys, it's 1:17. So what I'm going to do now is go over my homepage one last time for the day. I think this promo code that has been on for about a week or so, I believe it's over tonight. Now, sometimes it is extended for one more night, but tomorrow morning when I open the room, I'll check to see if the code is still valid. All right, so here is my homepage link. Clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see at the very top. Of course, how can you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas? So we still have the 3 promo codes, okay? So if you're prepared to take out a premium annual subscription, premium annual, you can get 30% off that. If you want to take out a 1 month premium, you can get 25% off that using 25 Barry. Remember now, you take out a monthly subscription, these promo codes are good for the first month only. And standard monthly and annual, so you can get 15% off the first month of a standard or 15% off the entire year. Okay, so those, have any questions about these codes, just let me know. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use the code that's on my homepage. They'll change, of course, from time to time. Why? Because the company tracks the use of the codes. If they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping these rooms that I'm moderating free. I'm moderating a YouTube room, and if you're in YouTube wondering what other room, it's the trading room, okay? This is free also, just like YouTube is free. The big difference is a lot more interaction amongst other traders in this room. Plus, it's also Obi. Thank you, Obi. He opens it up at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. So if you're looking for some interaction with traders during the pre-market, you can come into this room at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. I'm not there. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me. So that's why Obi does it. I get on the mic. Both rooms are around 9 o'clock, sometime between 9 and 9:15, both rooms. And then I go to, sometime between 2 and 2:30. Probably closer to 2 today. Obi says he'll keep the trading room open till 3. Okay, so bear in mind, this room is open a lot longer than YouTube because when I leave, I have to shut YouTube down completely. And if you keep scrolling down, you click on my homepage link and you keep scrolling down, you can sign up for the trade of the week. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. How was the trade of the week doing? It's ONS 1077. Let me take a look at ONS, ONDS. So I guess it did not trigger, right? It did not trigger. I think the trigger was 1077. Am I right? Pretty sure, yeah, because I think it wants to be above Friday's high. So, I mean, it doesn't mean you can't take the trade, but it did not trigger. When you get the trade of the week, there's going to be a suggested entry, a suggested stop. How you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. They are designed for longer term holds. And I know the trigger was 1077. And you can see that the high today was only 1062. Again, it doesn't mean you couldn't have taken the trade down here if you liked it, but that's what the trade of the week is all about. Education. So if you're thinking about taking out a subscription or you already have, you're just taking out one right now, and you click on my homepage link, get down to that education section, click on the more info, and getting started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. That's mandatory if you're taking out a subscription. And if you're wondering what the product is, it the right fit for you? Start off with that second video, go to the end. That should give you an idea about what the capabilities of the product of the software is or are. Okay, are. So, and you can always start off with a monthly subscription. You can always cancel within the month, or you can cancel anytime in the future within months. So month to month is that's what I would do. I would never take on an annual without knowing what the program does. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. Okay. Free series, 15 of them, videos for those of you who are new to trading. Last, if you're looking for the information that I'm currently sharing, scans and races, etc., you've clicked on my homepage link, middle section, here they are. So here is the large cap gainers is right here. This race, a more volatile race, is right here. And upside versus downside movers is right here. I'll take a look, Amber. Okay. Pulse resumes is down here. Pre-market actors up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. And I have 4 other scans. 3 of them I do not have up and running. I have a momentum scan, a gap scanner, and a Pepe combo scan. But I do have the up down 25 cents. Okay, and big volume. I do have that up and running. That's actually where I found the CPRX early. So if you have any questions about the scans or anything else about trade ideas, don't be shy. I'll do my best to answer the questions. If it's an accounting question, though, I more than likely will not be able to help you, but I can direct you to the people who can. All right, 5.8.1. Okay, what version do I have? It sounds like it should be good. Yeah, okay, so you're on the latest version. So where are we then with this? So it's still you're not getting these. Now, make sure the chart is big enough, okay? What I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate into a free floating window this chart. And the reason why I want to show you what happens. So those are the icons that you've got. You've displayed these icons, okay? Those are the icons that you currently have. Now, when I right click and then use browser interface, okay, is that what's happening? You're not seeing anything? That's what I was trying to say earlier, though. Is that what's happening? You're not seeing anything? Because if that's the case, you have to stretch out you have to get the chart a little bit bigger. Okay, see how I just elongated the chart a little up. See what happens when I move it down? It disappears. So is that what's happening? So all you do to make the chart bigger is I have a pointer here, and once that pointer turns to the up down, and I left click on my mouse, and then I keep left clicking on my mouse, and I just drag it up or down. So is that what's happening? That's why you're not seeing Amber. See how small can I? Yeah, see, I think that's what's happening. You probably have a smaller chart, and that's why you're seeing these indicators right now. Okay, and this is the old charts, the legacy charts. So when I right click and click on user browser interface, I don't. Well, now I do see them, but I think that's the reason your chart was just too small. See, when I shrink the chart just a little bit, can you answer that for me, Amber? It's just that the chart was too small to see the indicators, and you just have to make the chart a little bit bigger. You can always get the chart back to the size you want, but you just have to make it bigger so you can see the indicators. You can see this, then you can start your trade wave, and then you can shrink the chart if you want. See, I'm shrinking the chart. I don't see that indicator anymore, but the wave remains. Can I just get an answer? Just want to make sure that that's what's probably happening. Am I on mute? I know I'm sort of, it was a rhetorical question. I know I'm not on mute. But did you see what I was saying? That the only reason I think you're not seeing these, the only reason, because if I uncheck the use browser interface, you say you have that option when you right click the chart, and you do because you're on the latest version. Okay, so right now use browser interfaces unchecked. These are the icons you are seeing. Okay, and it almost doesn't matter how big your charts are. I mean, look at that. Okay, those are the icons that you've been telling us that you're seeing. Okay. And then when you right click on the browser interface, if your chart was small, you're not seeing anything. Okay. You have to stretch it out so you can see these indicators when we're talking about use like the use browser interface charts. I don't know why. Okay. But I can give you this. Yeah. See if you can load this. Okay. That's my chart. That's my chart. And you can see the indicators. Let's see if you can load that and see them. You know, Grumpy, I'm getting tired of you. Why do you always say, because if you can't hear me, we should only be so lucky? I mean, you keep saying that. If you don't like it, just go. It's really that simple. If you don't like hearing me, go. I know you think you're being funny, but it after a while, after years of this, it's not funny anymore. It's not funny anymore. LBRDK, one of the Liberty stocks. Quick drop on Disney with no news that you can see. Let's take a look at Disney. Yeah, no kidding. Well, give me a moment. That might be it, William. Ah, great. There you go, Amber. Okay, excellent. So now you're good to go. Now you're good to go. Well, you talk about a crazy action at CPRX. So CPRX is right back down to 29-ish. Well, market is in rip mode right now, guys. So we had a Bit of a choppy action. What time was this? This was 11:25. From 11:25 up, almost, obviously the trend has been straight up. So bounce plays of stocks that have been beaten up a bit for maybe no reason other than profit taking or something. All right, Peng. Am I going to take this one right now? Peng, Peng, guys. So this was the high on Friday. A lot of room, 3072. So obviously a ton of room. Actually, this morning it actually got above that too. And then it pulled all the way back down to 30 or 29. Hmm. All right, let's see if there's any quote unquote news hitting the spy or something. I don't see anything recent. HLNE drops on a cautious report from Hunterbrook. Okay, HLNE. And I know you're looking for a bounce, I'm sure. HLNE looking for a bounce. If you played it already. All right, guys. Peng, Peng. Let's see if it has any run in it at all. I'm in it now. Ugh, I don't like the spread. It just dropped. Oh, 512. It just dropped on me. What's the volume like? That's pretty good volume, 2.5 times normal, 1 million. But it just dropped on me, the spread. Ah, now I'm not liking it. Maybe I'm going to induce it up a little bit. All right, guys. Well, as I watch to see if Peng can hold 29, I will PENG I'm talking about. All right. Well, while I'm waiting, I have a thumbnail on my other monitor, so I'm keeping an eye on it, of course. Take a look at it. I have this one thumbnail. I'm not in it. I just said from last week. ELPW. Well, let's see what it is doing. ELPW. It is, well, it's up 15%. Okay. Um, Closed on Friday down here, 360. A little bit over the whole number now, four. Big volume still, 10 million in the, or 10 million are traded, four times normal. Low float, 1.38 million. Another one of these China stocks. The Pineapple Express. So pineapple, guys, PAPL. Next high looking left on a monthly chart. Lots of room. Let's see on a weekly chart. Uh, $2. Yeah, so there is some room for this one. 50 cents on a weekly chart. Okay, it's just over the whole number. EDSA just over the whole number. Uh, on the weekly, no issue there. So the monthly chart, where is the next high? Looks like the next high, 1120, and that was back in February 2023. And that is for EDSA. Boy, just ripping now. Look at the volume coming in also. The volume coming in. This is what's interesting about this particular, well, I call it a scan. It's a compare count window, but these are two individual scans. And in the afternoon, you'll often see when you get an alert, you see a lot of like a big volume, like you see something really standing out. And like, here's the MRVI, the ETSA, EDSA. I mean, look at the volume bar standing out. Look at that volume bar just standing out. All right, guys. Well, I'm just waiting on the ping to see if it can hold 29. If not, I'm gone. I'm sure it would have been Orca. Let's take a look. Where did it end up? I mean, it was only a phase 2A, right, William? Would have been a killer short is, yeah, an understatement. Look at that, 80, 90 down to 79 now. And, reasonably, I mean, you had a little area there. You might have probably taken or covered. And I think even in the pre-market, this was a lot. Of course, that it did get up to, I think, 120. Is that possible? Yeah, I mean, it actually got up to 120 in the pre-market, which is nonsensical, but no, don't like the Peng, guys. I took a loss on the Peng. Okay, I'm out of it. I might look at it again if it gets back to say 29.15, but it's getting close to that 29 mark. So let me put my price alert again. Just not dynamic enough. All right, guys, 147. So maybe not that much time for me here. If you have questions, I'll always say later if you have questions. So somebody said Nvidia was dropping this morning. I'm noticing it. It's got to be up at least 3.15%. Not at least, but it should be up. Yeah, 3.25%. So somebody was saying early today that Nvidia was dropping. I guess it was. And guess what? All time high. All time high for Nvidia right now. I hope that means you're short, XRL, that you're short okra as opposed to okra. I know you meant, but orca. No, I know. I thought he was just making a play on words here, eating okra and then orca. I was maybe I read too much into it. I don't think I've ever had okra. So you don't think it has anything to do with orca? Okra sounds like it's one of these southern type foods. Yeah, it sounds like it. Yeah, I mean, I've heard of it all my life, but I've never, I'm sure I've never had it. Boy, look at Watt here, guys. I mean, again, this is from my bouncers toppers. I mean, just a straight up. At some point, you think it's going to come back, come down, but when, that's the challenge of try, trying to find tops and short them, or bounces and go long. It's a hard. I think it's the hardest thing to do. Some people are very good at it. Boy, that HTCO. First time I saw that this morning, it was $15, I believe. So another big pop on it. Another big pop. Look at the volume bar right there. Another major pop. I don't think I've ever seen this stock. ZSO. I haven't seen it because is this an IPO today? Let's see that it's an IPO. I mean, it looks like an IPO, but I don't think it is an IPO. At least not a typical IPO. If it is, well, let's take a look at it on a 60-minute chart. I want to see if there's any pre-market. Well, I mean, it started trading at noon, so maybe it is an IPO of some sort. Normally, though, if it's an IPO in my Interactive Brokers headline, it'll say, IPO priced at such and such. But you know what? I'll go to my IPO calendar and just do the final check. So it's a SPAC. Okay, thank you, Obi. So it's a SPAC that turned into ZSQR. Okay, Z squared, as it's called. Okay, thank you. Not a lot of volume on it yet. 119,000 shares, so not a lot of volume. No, so they're gonna go into crypto. Okay, so this is in essence a crypto play. Okay, that's what the what are they called again? Coeptus. Anyway, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put a price alert at 1883 and see if tomorrow it goes absolutely crazy. Okay, guys. 156. So I'm getting close to wrapping this up. Obi says he'll keep the room open till 3. So even when I'm gone, and I'll keep my layout displayed until Obi closes it down. I can't really answer that, XRL. I mean, I don't change my time frames at all. The only reason I went to a 60-minute is just I wanted to see if there was any pre-market, but I don't change my time frame. Some might. I've got my 2 and my 15 daily, weekly, monthly all day. So I don't change my time frames. Others might, but so there's no such thing as a best. I mean, it all depends on your comfort level and things. I don't change my time frame, so but that doesn't mean others might be listening and say, "Well, I do," and that's great as long as it works. So this is what William was talking about. Hamilton Lane, this stock, H H HLNE faces short seller scrutiny over accounting practices, and the short seller is Hunter Brook. questioning the sustainability of the new fee structure, markups, etc. All right, guys. Well, another minute or so, and then I'm going to take off. For those of you in YouTube, again, I will stay later if there are questions, but those of you in YouTube, I will put my homepage link. Well, okay, my homepage link is already there. So if you do click on my homepage link, oops, wrong. And this is for those of you in YouTube, okay? If you're in YouTube, click on my homepage link and you want to come into the other room will be open till 3 o'clock, okay? How to get in? Click on my homepage link, scroll down, and where you see trading room, that will get you in to the, I call it the main room. And just a little summation, this room is also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. And Obi's going to keep it open till 3 today. So if you're looking for action in the pre-market, want to talk, interaction with other traders in the pre-market, this room is open at 6:45. Okay, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'm going to take off now. Thanks for all the help, as usual, all day long. I'm going to mute myself now, get the announcement up that my layout will be displayed until 3 o'clock. And I do have to shut down YouTube right now.